everybody. Before we get into the depressing stuff, I would like everyone to admire my outfit. I got a new hat. I bought this all yesterday, so I was excited to wear it. I got a new hat. It's got a dog on it, as you can see. I got a shirt that says go for it, and it is a gopher. But then my favorite part, and I'm not gonna wear it during the stream, I don't think, because it's a little hot up here, a little warm, but I got a jacket. Look at my jacket. It's got all different animals on it. That's a chicken, and then that's like a horse. There's a goose. I don't know what that is. I guess a sheep, maybe? And then over here, I got a little piggy, a little rabbit, and then I guess that's like I don't know, a cow, a bull? I have no idea. But yeah, I just wanted to highlight that, especially because we're gonna start off kind of depressing already. So let's talk about the fucking wildfires that have been happening this last week. I don't know if they're still going, but we got a lot going on. We got Canadian wildfires, diarrhea lettuce, the works. But I don't know, this was a map, I haven't looked at it today, but there had been over 800 Canadian wildfires. I don't know where they're at right now, but here's like a map. I mean, maybe it's better now? Less like out of control fires? Still pretty bad. That's all the smoke right there. Oy. But here's some of, because, I'm an American, so I have a little bit more of a focus on what's happening here, and I know what's happening here, but just to focus on what's happening in Canada specifically. Oh, and also I think, wasn't it also Minnesota too? Yep, and Minnesota has had some fires. I don't know if they're out, but we've all been dealing with the smoke. But here's a video about the actual fires and the damage that's being done in Canada.
Fort Frances 15 FOR 015 is 48,216 hectares, also not under control, burning in the Quetico Provincial Park and Atikokan area. Now, there is one more development I need to flag on the fire front. A wildfire that started in Minnesota, known as the Thumb Fire, has crossed the border into Ontario. It has merged with Fort Frances 39 and is now threatening the Gakijiwanong Anishinaabe Nation, also known as Lac La Croix First Nation. This is a cross-border fire event, and it is one of the reasons authorities have issued an evacuation alert for that entire area. All right, let's talk about communities, because this is where the human impact becomes real. Collins First Nation Namai-Goosasagagun has been largely destroyed by fire. The representative for the region at Queen's Park confirmed that the majority of the community has burned. Fortunately, and this is important, there are no reported fatalities, but homes, buildings, and the infrastructure that community depended on are gone. That is a significant loss. Mandatory evacuation orders are currently in effect for at least 15 communities across northwestern Ontario. Those confirmed by Ontario Provincial Police include Armstrong, White Sand First Nation, Collins, Lac des Mille Lacs First Nation, Gakijiwanong Anishinaabe Nation, and Gull Bay First Nation, among others. Many evacuees have been relocated to Thunder Bay, but accommodation there is now running short. Authorities have had to begin moving people further south, including to Toronto. For remote First Nations communities, an evacuation is not simply a matter of driving somewhere else. It requires aircraft, buses, and temporary housing, potentially hundreds of kilometers from home. It interrupts healthcare, education, and access to traditional lands. Chiefs of Ontario have issued a formal call for immediate coordinated emergency support from both federal and provincial governments. Now, beyond the mandatory orders, evacuation alerts are also in effect, meaning people in those areas must be ready to leave on short notice. These alerts cover townships including Hutchison, Ramsey Wright, Trottier, and Weaver in the Dryden-Fort Francis-Atikokan district. Dozens of lakes and road access areas are included: Boot Lake Road, Camp 111 Road, Crystal Lake, Magnetic Lake, and many more. A separate alert covers the Lac LaCroix area due to Fort Francis 39 and the cross-border Thumb Fire.
Yeah, it's really devastating. And thankfully, like they said, there haven't been any fatalities yet, at least that I'm aware of. It's as of 3 days ago. That's where this report is from. But like, just the amount of, like they said, like just community buildings that got taken out by this, it is really devastating. And it's not something that's getting like a whole lot of focus, because I mean, at least not here. I don't know what's getting focused on in Canada, but you know, the good thing is that those areas weren't super densely populated, which is why the like fatality rate is so low. But it still was populated by quite a lot of indigenous tribes, and I mean, it's just really hard to reckon with how much damage would be done from all of that. And it's also just, it's scary. I mean, this is a view from inside of a train in Canada while the fires were surrounding the area. And I don't even know, like, what do you do in this situation?
Okay, y'all need to hurry up here. Like, seriously, we're encased in flames now. Hello, Jody, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you there. I'm telling them you were notching up.
Yeah, this has got to move quick here.
Just like terrifying. And then this is what the sky looked like in northwest Ontario, just completely orange. Oh, it's so creepy looking. Oh, but then of course moving to the States and how the smoke has hit us as well.
We begin tonight here with the breaking news. Growing this hour over air quality, dangerous smoke from Canadian wildfires filling the skies across the U.S., the Midwest, and now right into the Northeast tonight. At this hour, more than 800 fires are burning in Canada alone. That smoke now making its way into the U.S., the haze over the Midwest and now the Northeast in the coming hours. Tonight here, the stunning images of a train surrounded by flames in Ontario, the crew calling for an emergency rescue. The thick smoke in Michigan, bridge traffic disappearing into the haze. Authorities reducing speeds there to 20 miles an hour. In New York City tonight, the Statue of Liberty barely visible through the smoke. Niagara Falls in an orange glow, just stunning. And late today, a storm sweeping through New York City, the city in darkness for a time during the storms and this haze. Lee Goldberg standing by with the forecast for us, and ABC's Matt Rivers leads us off with the images tonight.
Tonight, dangerous smoke from wildfires in Canada blanketing the upper Midwest and Northeast with thick, hazy air. The skies bright orange. Air quality alerts now up for millions of people in more than a dozen states. From Boston,
breathing's a little bit more strained than normal,
to New York. Officials warning that with the smoke and dangerous heat wave, people should limit their time outdoors. In Michigan, the famed 5-mile Mackinac Bridge disappearing into the haze. Officials reducing speeds to 20 miles an hour. Earthcam video showing Niagara Falls enveloped in an orange cloud. Smoke also pouring in from multiple fires burning in Minnesota's Superior National Forest.
The evacuation orders came, and we kicked off that plan.
Scouts on a canoe trip forced to evacuate with their food and supplies. Those fires and over 800 more raging in Canada.
This is getting a little scary.
Terrifying video out of Ontario capturing an apocalyptic scene, flames surrounding a freight train. Amazingly, the crew on board were not hurt.
Seriously, we're encased in flames now.
In the path of all that smoke, Toronto's air quality ranking the worst worldwide among major cities.
David, those wildfires again creating these hazy...
There was a minute where Detroit was the worst worldwide, and I was like, how? It's not even that close to us. But I guess it's just the way that the wind carries shit. But this is what Cedar Point looked like the other day. It's still active, though. You'll see there's people down here walking and roller coasters still running. I mean, that's in itself just so dystopian. The fact that it was absolutely dangerous to be breathing that in, and yet people still have to make money. Park's still open, and people are still going. I bet the lines were really short, though. That actually would be kind of nice. But then you're like up there on a fucking roller coaster breathing in smoke. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Why the hell? Like, just close. You need that day's revenue? You need it? I feel like the amount of money it must cost just to power all of those roller coasters and everything in the park, I feel like that in and of itself is not worth the cost of opening the park when you're probably not going to get that many people there that day. I don't know. Again, the shorter lines would be actually kind of nice, but is that worth it? I don't think so. And you know what? If adults were just going there on their own, that would be one thing, but considering that it's an amusement park, I have to imagine that there were quite a lot of children in that park brought there by their dumb-ass parents, and that is also just fucking horrifying. Just those little tiny lungs breathing in all that smoke because their parents wanted to go on a roller coaster. Crazy. This is what the sun looked like. I think this is from New York. Just red. Absolutely just bright red. There's another close-up. You can even see a sunspot. It was so fucking hazy that you could actually look at the sun. You could stare at the fucking sun. And then this was from Sunday. It said, no end in sight for smoky conditions. There may be pockets of relief at times, such as this weekend, but the smoky conditions won't be gone anytime soon, as the fires continue to burn largely unchecked. And they are still going. Like, we don't know when this is even gonna end. And Trump is obviously not helping. He's now threatening sanctions on Canada for this. For what fucking reason? Like, it was their fault. I mean, I'm sure there were things the Canadian government could have done differently, maybe. But, like, ultimately, this could have happened here. We just didn't have as much region to burn. I mean, it did happen here last year. It didn't happen quite this bad, but it happened in California, and we didn't even have as much wilderness. Like, part of the issue is that the embers, because the air is so dry, it's like if an ember hits another tree, it just keeps spreading. It keeps going and going. Oh. But yeah, they are, he's threatening sanctions. Let's see. Officials in the Canadian province of British Columbia warned in an alert on Saturday evening that smoke from U.S. fires spurred on by thousands of lightning strikes in the Northeast was creating smoky conditions as polluted air drifted north. Much of the smoke is originating from fires south of the Canada-U.S. border in Washington and Oregon, which is maybe worth noting. 22 large fires are burning across Washington and Oregon, according to the Northwest Interagency Coordination Center, the fire coordination agency for both states. British Columbia has air quality warnings in place for two regions, Kootenay Lake and Cranbrook, located along the southeast border within the U.S., or with the U.S. Despite the U.S. facing its own wildfire issues, Donald Trump and his fellow Republicans have chosen to accuse Canada of improper wildfire management and have threatened to hit Canadian officials with sanctions. In a social media post on Friday, Trump wrote the U.S. had been invaded by dirty air. The cost of this pollution must of necessity be added to the tariffs Canada is currently paying. Jesus Christ. The Trump administration has taken a sledgehammer to several climate protections. Wildfires continue to blaze across the U.S. and Canada, according to the Canadian government. As of Monday, there were 843 active wildfires burning across Canada. Of those, 181 are considered out of control, meaning the fires are spreading and not responding to suppressive action. Another 532 of those fires are also considered out of control, but suppressive actions have not yet been taken. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. And this is just an ongoing thing. There have been an increase in wildfires a lot since in the last couple decades. So between 1984 and 2024, there have been over 16,000 large wildfires. These burned 179 million acres. There's an area larger than Texas. That's an area larger than Texas or that of the 15 smallest states combined. The amount of land burned is not equally distributed over the years, but by the early 2020s, the average annual acres burned had nearly tripled compared to the 1990s. And it's gonna keep getting worse. Like everything fucking else.
And experts warn climate extremes are fueling this dangerous weather. Jonathan Overpeck joins us now. He's a climate scientist and the Dean of the University of Michigan School for Environment and Sustainability. Jonathan, good morning and welcome. We see these wildfires from Canada every year, but is it becoming worse? And is climate change to blame?
Yes and yes. It is getting worse. It's a wildfire season. It's ramping up in the West, but it's also ramping up all across Canada. And the reason for it is that the temperatures are getting warmer, not just in the summer, but earlier in the spring, later in the fall. So that allows the vegetation to dry out more. And then you get these big fires. And so as long as we keep putting the greenhouse gases up in the atmosphere, mainly by the burning of fossil fuels, we will see things get hotter, drier, and burn more. And this will become more and more prevalent for us in the United States as these huge fires up in Canada funnel their smoke into the Midwest and the Eastern Seaboard.
And we were just looking at arresting footage from inside a freight train in Canada as that crew called for emergency help as they were stuck in an inferno. That's part of the risk, but also just the dense smoke. I mean, we've got live footage we can show our viewers with cameras here in New York, in Chicago, and in Washington, D.C., or close to it at DCA there, showing this thick haze in the morning, which lingers throughout the day. It turns the sky orange. How is this impacting daily life? Some schools are closing, and this must have its own kind of layer of damage.
This is pretty bad. I'm up in northern Michigan where it's also really bad. I'm sitting in my car because the smoke is horrible outside of the car. And it's, of course, a big health problem. It's bad for your respiratory system. It's bad for your cardiovascular, your heart, and it's bad for your brain. It's one of the leading predictors of dementia and Alzheimer's now, we've discovered.
So in our last few moments, best advice for people to manage at least through the weekend and how to solve this?
Well, when it's smoky like this, it's really important to not breathe it. So stay indoors. Make sure your indoor situation is free of the smoke. And when you go outside, think about wearing a mask. That's what I'm doing here in northern Michigan, just to be careful.
Great advice, Jonathan Overpeck.
Oh my God. Just don't go outside. And there have been floods throughout the country this last weekend. There are some in New York, there was one in California, but I think that one was actually like a water break line, or a water line break. So that one I think could be discounted from the rest of this conversation. But there were quite a few floods, including and especially in Texas, Cabolo, Texas. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but this is the fucking damage that was done there. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. It looks like apocalyptic. Here's another shot. This is the highway.
Al menos 2 personas murieron y cientos tuvieron.
That won't help me. But look at that. And this was like flash flooding too, I believe. So there wasn't even a whole lot of warning that this was gonna happen. Oh my goodness. Ew, and it's gross looking too. I mean, it would be because it's a flood. The water's coming from everywhere, but ugh. Nasty. And again, I don't know if I'm assuming there were fatalities from this one. I don't know for sure, but I'm assuming there were at least a few. Maybe not as many as there could have been, but again, it's just like the damage that's being done to people's homes, the damage that's being done to like just the physical infrastructures of communities, people's cars too. Like so many of those cars are fucking undrivable now. Oi. Oh shit, that's the same one. And then there was this kind of like cute, but also really sad video of these people saving this raccoon on a paddleboard. Little scared raccoon. Oh, I can't play that audio. But look, they got their little raccoon there, saving him. I saw something about how raccoons are maybe getting like, they're kind of on a journey of self-domestication, similar to like dogs and humans too. We're a self-domesticated creature. Because there's some like physical changes in like urban raccoons that indicates this. But then I saw some other people like debunking it, or not debunking it, but just saying that we don't have enough information yet to really conclude. But I'm like, I don't know, look at those little guys. I think they want to hang out with us. But then is that a good thing? Should we have pet raccoons? Probably not. Look how cute they are, little trash pandas. Oh. But this is where it gets really, really sad. And this was this video bummed me out more than anything else. And I've honestly, I think also the Odyssey hit me a little bit hard. Because of just like feelings that I've been having over these last few months. You know, it's been sort of hard to feel pride as like an American recently because of everything. But then even deeper than that, it's felt a little hard to feel pride as a human being. There's a part of me that's like, maybe the world would just be better off if we just weren't here. And I feel that for like a second, and then I try to like shake it off and convince myself otherwise, but what we are doing to the rest of the planet is fucking horrifying, and we won't stop. And so this video made me so sad. This is from one of the floods in Texas, and there's just a family of deer being carried off. And as this person on Twitter said, the entire world is suffering from the greed of so few. I mean, it is so few. It's the greed of rich people who make up so little of our population, for one thing. The wealthiest among us make up a tiny percentage of the entirety of the human population. But then when you even widen it even more than that, it's like we make up such a small amount of the population of the world in terms of like living creatures. We're just one fucking species. And look at what we're doing to every other species, every other living thing on this planet. We're bad. Like sometimes I just really feel, especially recently, I'm like, maybe we're just bad. I don't know, man. And the thing is like we frame the conversation around like climate change and everything so much around we need to save the planet. The fact is the planet will be fine. The planet will continue to exist. It's the living creatures on the planet that are at risk. And that includes us. It includes us, and it includes everything else. And we just have so much arrogance too, to just think that it's gonna work out. And that's not necessarily the case. I mean, the fucking dinosaurs were here for like, what, over 100 million years, and they're gone now. We haven't existed for anywhere near as long as they did. Why do we think that we're gonna be okay? And it's gonna get worse. Like, for one thing, El Nino is coming, a super El Nino, a Godzilla El Nino. This is bad. So, an El Nino, I'm not a scientist, so I don't fully understand it, but it has something to do with, like, the surface temperatures of the water, of, like, the ocean. Specifically, I think, the Pacific Ocean and, like, a specific region of the ocean. It has something to do with the surface waters and the surface of the waters and the way that changes, like, the wind and all this stuff. Like, it's all so interconnected. And that's something that we really don't, like, I mean, we understand it, but we don't think about it all the time. Is like the entire, like, the weather system. Everything about our weather is interconnected. It all is like a domino effect. It all is a part of, like, an ecosystem where one thing affects another. So this El Nino, it's gonna be bad, and it's gonna hit probably, I think, like, fall or winter of either this year or next year. And especially in the US, it says some 2/3 of US adults are not moderately or very worried about extreme heat, according to a recent study done by the Yale program. It all has to do with, like, the warming of the earth. 90% of models say this will be a historic event, an event so intense it doesn't exist in our approximately 175-year record, and the models show big impacts worldwide. This may be partly down to how the mass media has typically portrayed summer heat as fun in the sun, with images of people slurping ice cream, sunbathing, and diving into lakes. The potential danger is that these images can make extreme heat seem pleasant, ordinary, or manageable, especially to people who do not already see heat as a serious health risk. It's not hurricanes, tornadoes, or blizzards. Heat is the deadliest weather condition in the US, causing 2,000 deaths each year, Yale research shows. The invisible killer can strain organ function and make the heart work harder to pump blood. Yet positive images, not only in the news but also in ads and on social media, can lessen the sense of urgency that heat is a threat and possibly weaken motivation to take protective actions, such as checking on vulnerable people using cooling centers or avoiding exercise outdoors. That's concerning because the world is only getting hotter. By associating periods of extreme heat with positive feelings, we are inadvertently welcoming a dangerously climate-changed world rather than taking the opportunity to consider how we might work to a more resilient future. Rising temperatures are largely the consequence of decades of unfettered burning of gas and oil. A decade ago, the world came together to agree on curbing global temperature rise to try to reduce human suffering, but countries have blown past those limits. The El Nino is only compounding matters. No telling who gets the heat domes, but expect more intense heat domes all across the Northern Hemisphere this summer. Going forward, Yale researchers said the media should be mindful of images used in reports about extreme heat. In a 2025 survey of nearly 4,000 adults, negative or neutral pictures, like those of people seeking cooling relief, increase respondents' level of concern about heat waves and also climate change. It's important to note neutral imagery was also effective, e.g. people walking or sitting in the sun under an umbrella. We can still be effective without scaring people. I mean, that's definitely something to consider, like the media depictions of summer. I also personally, and this intersects with just like another opinion that I have that is controversial, so I probably shouldn't even say it here if I don't want to have a full discussion about it, but like, I very strongly believe we do need to move to year-round schools. I don't think that it's super productive for us to take summers off of schools in public schools. I think that there's a lot of different reasons for that, but this is kind of one of them. I mean, it's one of the like less direct of things that summer breaks during school affects, but like, yeah, we associate summer with vacation. And we probably just shouldn't. We probably should move away from thinking of one season as like an inherent good thing that we all want to get to, especially as it gets fucking hotter. And that's the thing too. People will tell you that the reason that we do not year-round schooling, but the reason we take breaks for the summer for our schools, our public schools, that it has anything to do with farmers, that like farming families needed their kids home during the summer to like do shit. And it's like, well, that's not even, no, it's just not true. It's fully not true. One of the big reasons that we take breaks during the summer is because of the cost. It's because of the cost of running AC in those buildings. Well, actually, when we first started doing it, there was no AC. It was just so hot during the summer that it seemed worth it to not have kids have to go to school so that they could like stay home and work on their own like self-cooling in the privacies of their own homes, because you're just sending people to a building to be hot all day if you're sending them to school. So like quite literally the reason we don't do school in summer is because it's so fucking hot. And now we have the technology for AC, where we probably should actually just be using schools as like public buildings, as like public cooling centers, especially during the summer. But we don't. We shut schools down throughout the summer. And it's damaging in a multitude of ways, but this is one of them. So that's something that's happening. It's too fucking hot outside. Everything's on fire. Everything's flooding. Climate change is coming for us all. And also, there's still a fucking diarrhea parasite on the loose. Kelly Clarkson says that she thinks she might have had it.
But man, this is TMI, but I'm gonna go ahead and say it. So last night, I shouldn't say it. I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't know if I got that thing, you know, that people like eat lettuce shit. I don't know what, okay? I don't know what the fuck. But last night during the show, I was like, oh my God. Jesus. Peter's. And I get back to my room and I have never been so happy there's not a man in the room. Because he for sure would never make sweet love to this again.
And you know, we can all laugh about this because it is funny and no one has died yet, so that's good. We can all get our chuckles in right now. But it is bad. Like, from the stuff I've heard from people who've actually dealt with this.
So,
you do not want this fucking parasite. It is not like normal diarrhea. It is way more intense than that. Here's, I love this idea though that there's a chlorospora victim. I mean, I guess kinda, but like, victim is a very funny thing to say. Not like patient. Victim.
Brianna, I have some news to break to you.
You get to say the word this time, Omar.
I do, and I get to say it to you. Cases of diarrhea are rising, and it is caused by the parasite Cyclospora, so it's not just random cases of diarrhea. Can't help you there. The CDC reports more than 7,000 possible cases across 34 states. The outbreak in Michigan and Ohio is also confirmed in West Virginia and Kentucky. The source is unknown, but health officials are starting to suspect lettuce or salad greens might be to blame here.
And we're joined now by Chase Strangio, who contracted cyclosporiasis in May. And in a first-person essay about his illness, he writes, I wake up every day and think antibiotics for my existence. I cook everything now. I am a new evangelist for food safety regulation. Chase, thank you so much for being with us. Is it Chance? Is it Chase or Chance? Because we have your name up there in two different ways. It's Chase. Okay, sorry
Chase.
about that. It's
Yeah.
Chase. Chase, thank you for being with us. This is all anyone's talking about, and I just appreciate that you're giving us the TMI to talk about what you went through here. So let's do that. I mean, tell us about when you first started to
and I want to say, I've watched this whole video, and I think Chase, very informative here of like his experience, but also the way that he breaks this whole thing down about like it being a problem with the lack of regulation. But also just shout out to Chase for going on to television to talk about his diarrhea. Some people would never, but he did, and I love that. Thank you, Chase.
Realize I'm not just like a little sick here. This is something different than I've ever dealt with.
Yeah, I mean, so first of all, I think everyone in my life is happy that other people are talking about this other than me, because this was something that really impacted my life and I couldn't really stop talking about it, in part because I didn't know what it was for weeks and felt terrible. And it did start with symptoms that resembled a stomach virus. I was tired, I had a low-grade fever, I started having pretty serious diarrhea, but what was harder was that it didn't go away. And I ended up losing my appetite completely, having pretty significant abdominal pain and cramping, to the point where I basically spent a week unable to eat and at times not even able to have water.
Wow.
And that's crazy too. Like, we are so lucky at this point that no one has died from this that we know of, because diarrhea can take you out very easily. Especially, and I have to kind of get back up on my soapbox here, but like, one thing that is sort of extra horrifying about this whole thing is the fact that it's coming at this time in our culture in the United States where thinness is becoming increasingly glorified, and the whole Ozempic craze, various celebrities who are losing a significant amount of weight, like stuff like this is why there is an evolutionary advantage to having a few extra pounds on you, to being a little thicker. Because, quite frankly, there are some people that if they got this parasite, it almost certainly would kill them if they don't have any body fat to lose. This is serious.
Obviously, you figured, all right, I need to go to the doctor and see what's going on. And as I understand, you had 2 virtual urgent care visits where you were prescribed anti-nausea medication. But did you get the sense that even the healthcare provider suspected that this was cyclospora, or were they with you kind of, oh, this might be a stomach virus, like, let's see how this progresses?
Yeah, and I think this part is really important, which is my providers had no idea what cyclospora was. This was not when this was being widely reported. And I was only able to ultimately diagnose the condition because there were other people who shared a meal with me who started to develop the same symptoms. And collectively, we were able to identify that it was a particular meal that led a large number of people to become sick. One person tested positive for cyclospora, which then prompted me to go ask to be tested. That was never something that was initiated. And one of the things that has prompted me to speak out is the reality that there is a direct connection to the cutting of food surveillance programs by the federal government and the inability to track this uptick in parasitic infections. I was only able to get this diagnosis and stop losing weight because I had a collective group of people doing the work that the government should have been doing.
Yeah, you're crowdsourcing the information. And I wonder, as you were talking to the people that you had had a meal with, and how far in time back had you had that meal to when you all started to have symptoms? And I know that it's sort of hard maybe to track exactly what caused it, but do you have suspicions?
Yeah, we know what caused it, and this is just the reality of this particular parasite is, as you note, it doesn't show up right away, which did cause a significant delay in figuring out what was going on. And nobody in my immediate life was sick. And that ultimately allowed me to rule out the idea that it was norovirus or some sort of contagious viral illness and start to think about meals that I had eaten. And then I learned that there was a lunch that other people started to show symptoms from this particular lunch, and they were not in my everyday life, but we started to communicate about it because it was so anomalous and it was causing us such significant problems, particularly with dehydration and weight loss. And so we knew exactly where the lunch was from. We all had different protein sources. So it definitively had come from either lettuce or cilantro, which we reported to the New York City Department of Health. Again, this was long before this uptick in reporting on the issue, but the CDC lagged behind in this reporting. So again, you have a federal administration cutting food surveillance programs, and there's a direct consequence to that, which is people are sicker for longer, and parasites will happen. That's just part of life, but the uptick is a political choice made by politicians in Washington.
We made it to this.
Yeah, I mean, that's another thing too. It's hard to, I don't know if you can hear that car going by, but it was loud. It's hard to really really reckon with the amount of damage that this fucking administration is doing. The amount of funding they've cut for the CDC, for the FDA, for the USDA, like, unbelievable the ramifications that this will have even after this administration is gone, if they're ever gone, because it kind of seems like they want to get Trump a third fucking term, which I don't even want to deal with that right now. But, like, we can't have these people in our government anymore. Like, this is so bad, and we still have 2 more years, even if he doesn't get a fucking third term like he's trying. 2 more years of this. I can't even imagine the amount of damage that will be done. And even if a fucking Democrat gets back into that office, the Democrats are so fucking inefficient. They're such pussies. They won't fucking do anything that, like, none of this is gonna get corrected right away. I feel a lot of things. I feel a lot of things all the time. But so, we've maybe tracked where this is coming from. Maybe. So the big thing right now is Taylor Farms, which is a huge manufacturer, distributor, whatever, of produce, especially lettuce, across the country. They were giving lettuce to some Taco Bell locations, which now everyone's blaming Taco Bell. We discussed it last week that Taco Bell was already, they had stopped serving lettuce and also cilantro and I think onions too in a lot of their locations. Like in my local Taco Bell, they are no longer serving a lot of ingredients. So they were already taking precautions, but now because they took those precautions and because they were one of the fastest like chains, fastest organizations to actually like do some amount of an internal investigation and be like, okay, what is it that's causing this? Now they're getting blamed and they're getting linked to this outbreak as if it was only Taco Bell. It's not. It is not only Taco Bell. And in fact, again, Taco Bell had been doing an internal investigation, which is why they decided to stop serving that food. So Taco Bell, literally, they should be the heroes here. They moved on this faster than like anybody else. But now and this is what I hate too. The fact, yeah, exactly. Taco Bell, correct too early. They're the real leftists here. But the fact that it is now getting linked to Taco Bell, not only do I think it's just unfair to Taco Bell, but ultimately, I guess, who cares? Because it's Taco Bell. I mean, it's another, like, big corporation. I don't care that much about their reputation, though I do like Taco Bell. I like Taco Bell quite a lot. Because they, unlike other fast food places, they try new stuff. Not, like, new stuff, but they'll add something new to their menu. Like, every like, few weeks or whatever. They change shit out, and I like that. I think that other fast food places have gotten too complacent. But whatever. I do like Taco Bell, but I don't fucking care. If Taco Bell goes out of business tomorrow, oh well. But the fact is, everyone thinks that this is now like a Taco Bell issue, when it's not. It is a much larger issue. It is most possibly a Taylor Farms issue specifically, but Taylor Farms is giving produce to so many businesses, to so many restaurants. You can't just avoid Taco Bell and avoid getting this parasite. And in fact, at this point, if you're in one of the most affected regions, if you go to Taco Bell right now, there's probably, like, the ingredients that are the most suspicious, they probably don't even have at this point. So Taco Bell might be one of the safest places to go to, because they're not even carrying that produce anymore. But you have to be careful no matter what you're eating. And also, the Taco Bell finger pointing is a psyop to redirect attention from the real culprit, the deregulation and lack of oversight in our food supply. Pass it along and live Moss, comrade. Yeah, this is a fucking problem with the government. This is the government, not Taco Bell, that is doing this to us. And also, apparently, HelloFresh has the same fucking lettuce. It has the same lettuce as Walmart and Taco Bell, but it charges 60% more. Yeah, I bet it is. Fuck Whole Foods. Fuck Whole Foods so hard. and apparently HelloFresh also selling these Taylor Farm salad kits, or not selling, but they're a part of their boxes. Taco Bell did do a Notes app apology. They said, "We want you to hear it from us. We take your health and safety seriously and have removed all affected Taylor Farms lettuce from Taco Bell stores. So go ahead and enjoy your Taco Bell today. You always got us. We always got you. See you in the drive-thru. Thank you, Taco Bell. Thank you. Love you." I do agree with what this person said, though, because it's mostly being linked to shredded iceberg lettuce. And as this person said, diarrhea-causing parasites are not. Shredded iceberg lettuce is the single worst, most unnecessary ingredient that is ubiquitous in American food. Yeah, it's not very good. I don't think we need it, period. But so then the FDA came out and they said that there was a sample of shredded lettuce supplied by Taylor Farms that was not a part of the current recall that tested positive for the parasitic illness. So then there was an update from that apparently, this is where shit gets really fucking confusing, and it's like, this is fully on the United States government, that we don't even have coherent messaging here. Now the FDA has taken that back.
Yeah, ladies, shaking her head here. We've got so many questions, including what now? Some government websites tracking Cyclospora aren't even updated yet. The FDA did post a short paragraph saying they now consider the previously announced link between Taylor Farms lettuce and that parasite to be a false positive. The FDA apologized to Taylor Farms, according to this statement on the California-based company's website. Quote, "We were informed the FDA made a mistake," it goes on to say. Late last week, the lettuce distributor voluntarily recalled iceberg products that were grown and processed in central Mexico. Taco Bell, Walmart, and other Taylor Farms customers pulled their lettuce from shelves in stores as well. These cautionary moves come more than a month after cases involving...
So they're trying to make it seem like Taylor Farms is completely fine, and so is Taylor Farms. Oh shit, did they already delete their own? So they had posted, Taylor Farms had posted something. Yeah, post unavailable. They had posted something about how they had gotten an apology about this false positive and that none of their food was contaminated. But it turns out it was. Other foods were contaminated. It just wasn't that one that there was a headline about it like a day or so ago where they said that one of the lettuces that they tested that wasn't a part of the recall, that had come back positive. That was the false positive, was the one that wasn't a part of the recall. But the ones that were a part of the recall, there were still positives, or at least there's like enough reason to think that all of these cases are linked to this product. So, as this person says, just to clarify, because everyone now seems very confused, Taylor Farms de Mexico has still been implicated in the Cyclospora outbreak. The recall of shredded iceberg lettuce from last week still stands. The false positive test was on lettuce coming over the border from Mexico that was not part of the recall. If that positive had been accurate, it would have meant more lettuce needed to be recalled. In foodborne illnesses outbreaks, we often do not ever get positive tests to tie product to illness, especially for highly perishable products like lettuce. It's common to rely on other epidemiological evidence as FDA and CDC are doing here. So yeah, it doesn't really, whether or not it was testing positive isn't really the point. You can still trace where like the outbreak is coming from just using other data. But so now here's another thing from earlier today.
CNN medical correspondent Meg Terrell is here with all the details here. So we thought we knew where this was from, but now not so much?
Well, so the FDA announcement over the weekend caused a little bit of confusion. And so essentially they had said that they had this positive test result of Cyclospora, and it was on a sample that actually hadn't been included in this recall. And so now they're saying that's a false positive. Taylor Farms is saying the FDA apologized about that, but it doesn't actually change the fact that this recall still stands. The trace back still stands to the lettuce that people ate at Taco Bell and this broader recall. And so Taylor Farms has recalled this lettuce from Central
And I do wonder too, like sourcing it all back to Taco Bell, I feel like that's probably just the easiest thing to source back to, even if people were also getting sick from other places, because Taco Bell is just so like ubiquitous culturally. So many people have eaten at a Taco Bell in the last 2 weeks, you know? Unlike a whole bunch of other businesses that you maybe don't, I mean, maybe you remember eating at them, but there's not going to be as big of an overlap with other people. Even if you actually got sick from somewhere else, you probably, if multiple people are getting sick, multiple people have probably also eaten at Taco Bell, you know? So it just feels like statistically likely for Taco Bell to get the blame, even if that's not necessarily where all of those people got sick.
Mexico, this iceberg lettuce. But we also have new reporting this morning about what a lot of public health experts have complained is a slower than expected response from the CDC and the federal government broadly to this outbreak. And just to give you a timeline, the first illnesses started in mid-May. It was July 1st that Michigan warned of an outbreak. And of course, we know there are so many cases in that state. But then it was 2 weeks later that the CDC issued its health advisory. And a lot of public health experts said, why did this take the CDC so long? 2 weeks after Michigan. They said it should have been much earlier. And so our reporting from our investigative team, my colleague Brenda Goodman on the health team, they talked with the head of a former federal lab that was responsible for tracking outbreaks of parasitic illnesses. That staff at that lab had been cut from 11 to 3 last year by the time that the director of this lab, Dr. Joel Barrett, resigned in September, warning his superiors that the cuts to that lab could affect their ability to track outbreaks quickly in the future. They also were affected by cuts to USAID funding because they did a lot of work on parasitic illnesses. Malaria is a parasitic illness. There were a lot of sort of shared resources that affected this work. Cyclospora, of course, is a parasite. And of course, there was 25% reduction in CDC staffing last year. And so what we've heard from Dr. Barrett as well as other sources is you're missing the expertise, the specific expertise in this area because you've seen those kinds of cuts. And also you're missing the sort of all hands on deck ability for people to pitch in when you have just fewer people at the agency. Now, the White House disputes that there's been any delay here. They also note the USAID funding was.
So I saw, so how do you get rid of a parasite? As someone else already said, you use antibiotics, but if you don't use the antibiotics, I think that you literally just shit it out. I think that eventually it gets out of your system the more and more you shit, or it dies. I don't know. I think you have to wait it out, essentially, is what happens. But I don't know. I heard that this parasite isn't contagious. It kind of can be, but not, like, basically something that one of the ways it can get spread is, like, if someone has, like, some poop on their hands, if they didn't properly wash their hands, which, and this to me, I remember when I worked at Starbucks, they had a poster up on the wall, and it had this tiny little dot on it, and it said it takes this much fecal matter to spread E. coli. And I always remembered that. I was like, wow, that's not a whole lot of fecal matter. It's a tiny little dot. And I think the same thing is kind of true here, that, like, if you're not washing your hands frequently, you could infect something that way if it was something that somebody else digested. So especially people who work in food service, very, very important for you to wash your hands right now, please. But also, other ways of preventing this spread is just not eating fresh produce or limiting your consumption. So, like, high risk right now is lettuce and salad greens, including bagged and pre-washed. So don't get any of that. Prepackaged vegetable trays, raspberries and blackberries. I believe at this point they are mostly linking it to lettuce. So that's probably the primary thing for you to avoid, but you maybe should avoid all these others too. Raspberries and blackberries, basil and cilantro, green onions, watercress. What is safe is, like, frozen produce, anything cooked, peeled fruit and vegetables, so like bananas, avocados, oranges, stuff where you're not eating the peel, and then cooked berries, like with jams. So just eat a lot of cooked stuff, I guess. Don't eat a lot of fresh produce right now. Or maybe ever. It's like, at this point, okay, even if we get this one parasite under control, if the CDC isn't checking things properly, I mean, they stopped checking most of these, like, pathogens or parasites or whatever the fuck it is. They stopped checking most of those back in July of last year. So, like, is this just gonna be our lives now? Just only eat processed foods, I guess. Sucks. Also, apparently there's glass in Pillsbury. Some Pillsbury bread rolls, which that's a separate issue, but just so you know, there was a recall. And then as this has all been going on, fucking Trump he did a whole speech claiming that China interfered during the 2020 election and was calling for an investigation. Like, I don't have time for this right now. The world is on fire. You can't breathe air. You can't eat produce. I don't give a fuck what happened in 2020. Also, that's wrong. Like, shut up. You lost. Just deal with it. But even if that didn't happen, like, you're president now. What's your issue? You already got what you wanted. Shut the fuck up. Oh. I can't even fucking pay attention to what he's doing. Even though it's like I have to pay attention to what he's doing because he's fucking all of us over all the time. But apparently, so there was a teleprompter operator who was betting on Trump speeches on Kalshi. They were like betting on what Trump would say during his speeches. And of course he fucking knew because he was operating the teleprompter. He had already seen the speeches. Insane. It's so stupid. But here's where things get a little bit worse. So like the prediction market, Kalshi, what is it called? Polymarket, Posh Market? No, Posh Market something else. Polymarket? Whatever it's called. The like betting site where you bet on like real life events. It could possibly lead to more fucking fires. Prediction markets are a booming multi-billion-dollar industry which will allow people to bet on the outcome of almost any future event, from the results of football games and elections to the number of social media posts Elon Musk makes. Some prediction markets also allow people to bet on wildfires, as well as other climate change-fueled extreme weather events, and experts are sounding the alarm that they fear it will lead to arson. Oh my god. Everything is so bad. Everything is so fucking bad. What is Kalshi again? It's one of those websites where it's like you like bet on events, like you could bet on a wildfire, you could bet on the election, you could bet on like the you know, like the Oscar outcomes and stuff. It's sponsoring so many like pop crave and pop base social media posts at this point. It's tacky. I think that if you're taking any sort of sponsorship from them, you are kind of just like doing something unambiguously evil. Anyway. Moving on. Wired is now getting sued for their Madison Square Garden reporting. So they posted this. It said, earlier today, Wired learned that Madison Square Garden was suing us for our accurate reporting. We stand by this reporting and plan to vigorously defend it against the baseless and ridiculous lawsuit. We look forward to continuing our coverage of MSG and on billionaire James Dolan's use of technology across his entertainment empire. It's one part of our wider mission and the critical job of journalists, now more than ever holding power to account. I mean, how do you sue for that? They got the information, they reported it. I guess you can sue for anything, but shout out to Wired. I unblocked them for this. I had them blocked for a minute. I don't really even remember why, but I went to go look at their Twitter account and it was like, oh, you blocked this account. I was like, oh, sorry. Unblock. But now, speaking of Madison Square Garden and relating this back to our pop girlies for a minute, we do have a few confirmed performers at Taylor Swift's wedding. So Paul McCartney, Stevie Nicks, Avril Lavigne, Tate McRae, Ice Spice, and Sierra. And I just think that is a very interesting lineup. Paul McCartney and Tate McRae. Okay. Their wedding. Now, in semi-related news, somebody also had a wedding this past week. Someone related to Taylor Swift. So Maddie Healy, her ex, and Gabriette Bechtel are now married, which I knew that they were engaged. I didn't realize the wedding was coming up this soon, and I think that, I don't know, just the timing of it is interesting. But I have to say, not to make it a competition, however, I do think that it was a little fucked up for Taylor to, I mean, I already said everything that I said a few weeks ago after her wedding about the public imposition of that wedding being at Madison Square Garden in the middle of Manhattan. I already thought that was just fucking ridiculous because of the amount of roads it closed, and especially the entrances to Penn Station or the entrances to specific things on the subway. Thought that was ridiculous. But also it's annoying that she clearly wanted so much attention for the wedding and clearly wanted to be she wanted it to be this big cultural thing, and then we never even got footage of the actual wedding, which I just feel like it would have been nice if she was going to do all this and make everybody aware that the event was happening. If we could maybe get a little more footage from inside, so it's it's a cultural event we actually got to be a part of instead of just something that we had to be aware of and not actually get to see the event itself. And especially, we didn't get to see the fucking dress. We still have no photos of the dress or her hair. And I would like to see it. So at the very least, I will give Maddie this. They managed to have they had a private ceremony, essentially, but also we got a lot of footage from the actual wedding. And you know what? That's class. Do it kind of private, but then let me see things. Let me see the dress. Let me see parts of the ceremony. That's from their rehearsal. That's the dress. Or maybe that was the actual wedding. But then that's the dress. So beautiful. So gorgeous. Love the hair. Look at that. Very pretty. And I love the back of it. That's how you do a fucking celebrity wedding. Don't bother me with it. But let me see it. Let me see a little bit of it. Anyway, moving on. I'm trying to do the music stuff a little bit early because we're going to talk more about film for our main event anyway. But just to talk about the World Cup, it ended. I think Spain won. Congratulations to Spain. I didn't watch it, but oh, shit. Great job. Trump apparently got loudly booed. We love that. And then there were a few performances. I don't know who all performed, but I know Justin Bieber performed. He did this kind of slower version of Everything Hallelujah. Kind of seemed like an extension, not an extension, but it was the same sort of vibe as the Coachella performance, where it was a little bit more low key. And I'm a dance pop girl, so I probably wouldn't have found it super interesting. A lot of people were shitting on it. The God account, which, do we need this whole thing anymore? I don't think so. But they said, thank you, Justin Bieber, for absolutely destroying the mood. Oh, and Liam Gallagher is in there maybe defending Justin? I don't know. But I was like, okay, yeah, I definitely didn't think that it was maybe the vibe for the World Cup, but I don't know. He's still a good singer. Maybe some people liked it. Shakira performed and got people going again. That's kind of what I think of more as like a World Cup performance, like a big kind of anthemic thing. But then I guess also, I don't know who all performed, but Post Malone was there for some fucking reason. He debuted a new song. Madonna was there. That's the one performance that I think I actually would be interested in watching. She did post this on her Twitter, which I haven't watched the whole thing yet, but maybe I'll watch it later. Because I'd watch Madonna. And then I guess the Muppets also were there? They did a Seven Nation Army? I mean, that's fantastic. So maybe I'll go back and watch that. But there it is. It's over. The World Cup is over. People loved it. People were very invested. I was not, but I love it for other people. So congratulations to the world for that. Moving on to just some music updates. Lily Allen is apparently canceling some of her arena shows. So the tour's opening night at Madison Square Garden is still on as planned, but arena shows at Los Angeles' Forum, Chicago's United Center, and San Francisco's Chase Center, Vancouver's Rogers Arena, Philadelphia's Xfinity Mobile Arena, and Montreal's Bell Center were canceled this Monday, with ticket holders being notified they would automatically receive refunds in 5 to 7 days. I don't know if she's canceling, if she's just going to rebook. It says in favor of booking new shows in theaters. So I'm assuming she's going to book in theaters close to those areas. I'm not sure if her canceling has something to do with low ticket sales, because I didn't ever look into what her ticket sales were, so maybe that's why she has to move to smaller venues. I have to imagine, though, that this is just a show that probably works better in theaters instead of an arena, because I do have tickets to her show at the Fox Theater, and I bought the tickets literally because it was at the Fox Theater. Like, if this was at any sort of arena, I don't think I would have been interested. Because it's supposed to be kind of more like a play, right? Like, she's doing the entire set. The entire album is the set list. So I think it makes way more sense as like a theater performance versus like an arena. So I don't know if this is actually an indictment on the amount of like tickets that had already been sold, or if this is literally just a preference where she's like, yeah, this is not going to work in an arena. Now, someone else who's touring right now, well, who's about to be touring, Rebecca Black has announced her Miss Delicious, or her exhibition on tour with her as Miss Delicious. So I think it's like a persona. But that's cute. Love that. Also, an update with Slater. The fucking dance intro is still really going off on TikTok. Here's her talking about it.
Calling card these days. I think as soon as the TikTok trend started to pick up a little bit more, I feel like that's such a calling card these days for when a song's like doing well. I've never really had like something kind of go viral on the internet before. Every day, like the videos would jump and jump.
You're straight into the fire there. You get all of the, the comments, you get the DMs. Was that quite overwhelming?
I don't really make things with the purpose of like having it be a TikTok trend. So I was pretty surprised. If anything, I feel like songs have gotten so much shorter because of TikTok, and this song is like pretty long. It's like pretty long for a standard pop song nowadays, which is crazy to say because it doesn't feel that long, but it's just funny that the long, the intro, it's like a minute-long intro with no vocals, and like that's what ended up like kind of hitting off. And I remember having kind of like conversation where people were like, oh, the intro is really long, and I was like, no, trust me, and I love that it's the intro. I'm kind of like, haha.
Yeah, I was right, you were wrong.
I think
so. That's cute. We love that. Someone else who is taking off on social media right now, who I wasn't super aware of her, but this artist, Audrey Hobart. I can't play any of the music, obviously, but here's the video. Looks cute, like it. I'm not like super taken by the music so far, but maybe I haven't done like a full deep dive. I've only seen the few clips that have been shared on social media, but people are really loving her. I guess she was a co-writer on a lot of Gracie Abrams' first album or the last album. I don't know how many albums actually Gracie Abrams has, but I definitely see that. Like, I see the Gracie connection. I think it's like a little bit more mature than like a Gracie Abrams album, which I appreciate. So maybe this will be like maybe this could be my gateway into Gracie Abrams. I don't know, but it's cute. She's kind of taken off, so maybe she'll be in the end of the year bracket. People are paying attention to this one. I also love Lorde called out Spotify recently for their AI summaries. She said, "Hey Spotify, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say we don't want this. Not only is this inaccurate, not the song I did that in, but reducing a song to an AI generated meaning right at the source feels like it limits free interpretation in my opinion. At least make it possible for artists to opt out, please." Yeah, 'cause she's talking about this like about the song thing that's an AI generated little description that they've started putting on songs. And I agree, like, who fucking wanted this? Who wanted any of this? I've seen them, I mean, on YouTube they have them now, and I almost think it kind of makes sense for YouTube. I still think it's like unnecessary, because ultimately if you're interested in the topic, you're interested in the topic. Just watch the fucking video. Don't like read what the AI summary is. But at least that kind of makes sense for like a video essay or something where the AI summary would be kind of close to what the person in the video is saying, because it's like you're just talking in a very sort of straightforward way. But for a song, why would you need an AI summary for a song? It's so much more like, that's an art form that's up to more interpretation than just a standard like speech that someone's giving. Completely unnecessary and inappropriate for that art form. Why? It's like they can't figure out what to do with AI. They kind of realize that a lot of AI softwares and systems are just sort of useless, that they don't actually do anything, but they need to sell the idea that AI is useful. So they just keep putting it into like, oh, do you want AI to summarize your emails for you? Do you want AI to finish writing this email based on what you've already started writing? Like, no, I don't. But you have to make me think that like it's actually doing something useful for somebody, and it's fucking not. Now, I did kind of want to talk about this. This is an interview that Kim Petras did with Swiftologist, because if you remember back in January, she had posted onto Twitter, she said, "My album has been done for 6 months, but my record label has refused to give me a release date or pay my collaborators for the work they've done. Also, yeah, I also filmed and self-funded a music video over 2 months ago for my next single that they wouldn't give me a release date for. I'm tired of having no control over my life or career. I want to continue to self-fund and self-curate my own music. This is why I have formally requested to be dropped by Republican Records." So she was asking to be dropped back in January, and now she did an interview with a Swiftologist the other day. His second interview, I think, after the Lizzo one. And she talked about it, and I was really interested in what she had to say. And especially, I got so much more from this conversation than from the Lizzo conversation. Like, Lizzo, it really felt like even the parts of what Lizzo was saying that you could say she's sort of right about in terms of her discussions about like how the music industry has changed and stuff. I'm like, there's a grain of truth to what Lizzo is saying. The problem is that she's a terrible messenger for it, and she also keeps using it as a way to excuse her own poor sales in a way that just did not make any sense. Because ultimately, a lot of the issues that have come from the ways that the industry has changed in the last like 10 years or whatever, a lot of those issues are issues that are affecting smaller artists and have been affecting smaller artists for a while. And what's different with Lizzo is like, but that's not where you were at. And if you're trying to use that as a way to explain why your sales have gone down, it just doesn't really make much sense because you were never a smaller artist in the first place. But so I was sort of interested in like the the comparison here with how Kim is talking about this and how much more appropriate her gripe with it is versus Lizzo.
I mean, I'm very, very grateful for everything that kind of the major label system has like taught me. I feel like they were really big supporters of me on the label. I think it's just like an infrastructure thing with the whole music industry in general right now, that it's just like artists that aren't like the top 2% of like the pyramid just are like being, you know, put on hold, and I'm very grateful they let me go. But also,
like, I think that's kind of it, is that Lizzo, the difference with Lizzo and what she doesn't seem to really grasp is that she was a part of that top 2% for a while, and then stuff happened. She's now no longer a part of that 2%. She is now receiving the treatment from her record label that a smaller artist would, but it's a little bit different because a smaller artist like Kim Petras, who's not a part of that 2%, a lot of them just have more developed niche stan bases that Lizzo doesn't really have. She was a mainstream artist without much of a cult following, and so when she lost that mainstream artist, that mainstream success, she didn't have an audience to really like fall back on. And that's how I think you get to the point of her having like 2,000 sales or whatever for her first week. But I'll let Kim talk a little bit more because I think she has a lot of good stuff to say here. And I'm happy also, like, I'm happy to hear some of this stuff from her, especially because I've had issues with her in the past with her collaborations with Dr. Luke. She doesn't really talk about that here, which is understandable. But for sure, it does seem like she's maybe learned her lesson a little bit, and in a way that is sort of sad. I don't know if there was any sort of like abusive situation with Luke specifically, but I think that she has definitely learned that like the machine that Dr. Luke is a part of is not a machine that is super encouraging to artistic development.
so it just wasn't for me because I don't like a committee. I don't like a decision being kind of a committee of people deciding about what art is valuable and deserves to be heard and seen. You know, and some of those people, like, I don't really like their music.
And she did also, later in the interview, she did say some nice stuff about one of Kesha's songs, which I was like, oh, that's nice. It's nice to just hear her speak nicely of Kesha. And when that whole thing happened, when she was tweeting back in January, her and Kesha had some nice exchanges on Twitter. That was nice to see. But like, I mean, she did. And this was my issue with Kim for a while. It's not even just that she had been working with Dr. Luke, because there were a lot of people that got stuck in contracts with Dr. Luke, including Doja Cat. But the difference with Kim is that she somewhat actively chose to work with Dr. Luke, and she also said some things publicly that indicated she didn't really believe Kesha's allegations. And that was my issue with her for a long time, but I think she has kind of learned since then that Dr. Luke is maybe not a great person.
Taste. I don't know if they get me, you know, lots of straight older guys in those meetings, you know, and I think I have such a connection to my fans, to the songwriter community. Like, I've been a songwriter before I was an artist. And I just like know what we want to listen to. And I just want to trust that that's something that people want to hear, you know? So grateful, pressure off of my shoulders, pressure on my shoulders because it's all on me again, you know? And a lot of like things that don't have to just do with being a pop star and just the stuff that I want to do, but a lot of like logistical stuff, a lot of just like, how do I get my like vinyl out? And I mean, there's still like, you know, like restrictions on my career just because of like the deals I've signed over the years. So yeah, just like really have a lawyer. I just like did not.
That's your advice to emerging artists.
Of
Taylor
course,
said it
I know
too.
she
Get a
says the
good
same thing. Yeah,
lawyer.
totally. And I agree. Like, I think that's.
I agree too, and not just about the music industry. I think everyone should have a lawyer. I think that everyone, because people get so fucked over by their employers all the time and have very little idea about what is even legal for their employers to do to them. And so I think everyone would probably benefit from having an attorney on call, but not something everyone can afford. Not something I can afford, but God, I would love to have like an attorney on retainer. Just to be like, hey, is this can this person do this? Is that okay? Are they allowed to fuck me over like this? I would love a lawyer to tell me. But the thing is like, this is so... It's so kind of ironic that, like, this is what happened to Kesha, where she literally got stuck in a contract because she signed it when she was, like, 18 years old. And then the guy she was in that contract with, allegedly, likely, assaulted her. And she couldn't get out of the contract, had to continue working with him, or had to continue working at whatever label she was at, and he also was working there. Like, it was all just so fucked, because you sign these contracts having no clue what it's actually, like, limiting you to. She discusses, I don't know if we're gonna watch this clip, but she discusses at one point, like, there was a specific list of, like, she has to have this many producers on the album that come from, like, this specific group. You literally get stuck working with people that you don't necessarily want to work with.
Like, ultimately, like, no one will have, like, your side. And, like, there's just, like, people that are, like, benefiting from this even that I haven't spoken to in, like, 10 years that, you know, had to, like, get bought out by multiple people just because I was, like, 19 and, like, I'll give everything away for another flight here so I can, like, have another try, you know?
Artists are dreamers, and dreamers get easily taken advantage of.
Yeah, and not everyone has that, like, business mind, you know? I think that's something where I really kind of have learned a lot of lessons in the past. It's just, like, I was always like, I'll put any money I make back into the art. I don't care if I make any money. And then, you know, you kind of get, like, valued in, like, the major label system on, like, how much you make and how much you spend and all of that stuff. And I didn't really know that it's a bad thing that I put back into my art. And so technically they're just breaking even or stuff like that, you know? I thought that would be, like, a good quality in an artist.
Shows
but,
people
like,
working hard or,
yeah,
or doing
totally.
well.
Like, I really care. Like, I'm putting all my money back into it. But yeah, it's just like the numbers game and stuff. It's exhausting, babes.
And it really seems like it is, but also it seems fun to be free of it. And something interesting that I found is, like, the numbers are so hard to chase until you start doing something that I guess really authentically connects with people.
Yeah.
And then it follows. So, like, Slater with Worst Girl in America, I feel like you and her have had kind of similar-ish trajectories with your major labels and have both been at times positioned to be, like, main pop girls, or at least, like, vying for that kind of spot. And now you're both really finding this, like, culmination of your creative powers when you're doing something that you kind of weren't encouraged to do. You didn't listen to, like, the boardroom executives. You kind of followed your own path. And I think that really is proof that, like, artist forward relationships with labels is best for everyone. It's best for the artist and the label because the music connects.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think just the artist should, you know, be able to be in control of their narrative, you know?
It's your work. It's part of you that you're putting out there.
Yeah, for sure. So, yeah, couldn't agree more. And I mean, I love Slater. Like, we've had, like, a very long, like, past of just, like, being fans of each other and being friends. So I'm, like, super happy of seeing everything happening to her. I told her at the Women in Music Awards, like, I'm just, like, so happy to see her shine because she's awesome.
It's really nice. The dance floor isn't dead, by the way. The dance floor is alive and well.
Right. But I also do feel like Charlie was joking. You know?
She was.
And
she was joking.
I think the cynicism is, like, a part of that being.
Yeah, and there's still...
Thank you, Kim. But yeah, I thought that was nice, and I'm happy that she is out of that record contract. I'm happy that she's able to make stuff on her own terms, and I look forward to her future. Someone whose future I also look very, very forward to. Fiona Apple has released a new series of publicity photos, is what it's called, and it's just kind of selfies, but that's okay. I don't need anything else from Ms. Fiona, and I don't know exactly what the timeline is looking for anything, but she did a few weeks ago post a video saying that she is working on some new music. This was from her roommate, posted this for her, because she doesn't really have social media. She's so cool. She was too cool for it, but her roommate did post this of what she had to say.
It's the middle of the night, and I was just writing, and I couldn't sleep, and I just all of a sudden got overtaken with this urge to reach out. And you know, you haven't seen me in a while because this kind of thing, it's just really, really uncomfortable with it nowadays. But I just find myself really wanting to reach out just to people who care about what I'm doing, because I wonder if you're wondering if I'm even trying to write about what's going on in the world right now. And I just wanted to tell you that I am. I'm trying. I'm really struggling with it. You know, if you're writing about yourself, that's one thing. Nobody can tell you that you're saying it wrong. Nobody can get let down. Nobody can, you know, you're the authority. But when it concerns what's happening to other people, it just becomes so important. And maybe I'm letting perfect get in the way of good. But like, even when I did pretrial, I had at least, you know, years, thousands of cases that they had firsthand witness. You know, I felt like I had a handle on that. And even then, I didn't know if I was the right person to write about it. I didn't know if I was saying it all right. I kind of felt I wasn't. I couldn't say it all. But now, with this fucking endless barrage of horrors, it's hard to focus. And when you do focus, I just keep on second and third and 10th and millionth guessing myself if I'm the one to say it or if I'm saying it right. And anyway, I just didn't want you to think that I was turning a blind eye, or that I didn't see what was going on, or that I didn't care. I fucking care. Or that I'm not trying, and I am trying, and I don't know if I'm going to succeed. I don't know. But I just don't want to let anybody down. I'm letting myself down right now. I know that as an artist, because I feel like that's our job, you know? And I know that there's other things to do other than writing songs, and I'm doing what I can elsewhere, but, you know, this is my job, to show what's going on, right? That's what I want to try to do, and I'm going to keep trying. Anyway, I'm going to stop babbling at you. This is just for people who care about what I'm doing, by the way. I know this is not important to everybody. I know everybody's not expecting something from me, but I'm expecting something from me. Anyway, I'm going to stop babbling at you. I'm sending you so much love. I just really just wanted to, I don't know. I'm going to go to bed now. I hope this made sense. Good night.
The thing is like, I'm glad that she posted anything. Like, I'm always happy to hear from her. But even to hear her say that, like, this is for people who are, like, expecting something from me. Like, if you're expecting anything from me. I'm like, I'm never expecting anything from you, Fiona. Whenever you arrive, whenever you release something, it is just a gift that you're giving to me. I don't expect you to put out anything. You could not make an album for the rest of your life, and I would be content with what you already gave us. But I love her so much, and I am very excited that she is just working on anything at all, and however long that takes, I'll be here for it. Whenever, Fiona. Just whenever. If you want to. If you feel like it. Troye Sivan is also teasing some sort of new album on his Finsta. He said, is it too late to switch 2 songs in the track list order? So, something's happening. Sounds nearly complete. We also have a few other announcements. Camera, the song and video, is going to be dropping tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Pacific Time, 1:30 Eastern Time, and 6:30 BS? I don't know what the B stands for, but something time. Tomorrow, new video, new song from Ms. Charlie. Also, a new Cat's Eye video that will be coming out this Friday. I'm not really on the Cat's Eye train. I don't follow the girl groups as closely, but to anyone that's relevant to, new Cat's Eye video coming. Also, new Lotto and Doja Cat video, it looks like, coming tomorrow. So that's also exciting. Then we have Lizzie McAlpine, who is announced that her new album will come out September 18th. We've got a new announcement from Tinashe, pop star, coming out also in November 25th. And the big announcement, supposedly, there are now 2 Lana Del Rey albums coming out. So there was Stove, which we already knew about, and then something else tentatively called Spida, I guess? She said, I need a month to finish putting it together and then send my 2 albums to vinyl. Okay, whatever you say, Lana. Whatever you say. But yeah, I guess maybe we'll be getting 2 Lana albums. A double album. She says, so much has happened over the last 4 years. So much time wasting waiting for things to come together, and so much time wondering if it was okay that things were falling apart. Patience was the key, and in between the songs came new thoughts about old friends and new dreams, and from the doubt of whether the tree I had been planting would grow, came new sprouts, and so grew a new rose bush underneath the willow. A large companion album compiled by as many people as I could find to help me gather my thoughts about how much was changing. Stove is so lovely and intact as it was intended to be, a classic album if I may say, a lot of which we've toured and you've heard, but not all of it. Thank you to everybody involved. And as the years went by, came a beautiful secondary album, a commentary of sorts on everything that has been going on and the patience that was required and the trust I had to have that not all the things that weren't working was just because of me. I'm grateful for all my collaborators. I guess it took what it took to finish it. I need a month to finish putting it together and then send my 2 albums to vinyl. Thank you for waiting. It certainly is 2 of my most beautiful pieces of work, rooted in what I thought would be made out of growth and joy, but was peppered with a secondary compilation of songs that sprouted from doubt, hopelessness, and the understanding that new beginnings truly mean starting completely fresh and over. When life decides to send you down another river, it's really not your choice, and it's truly an adventure of its own. I wrote about it. Now it's time to trust the process and go downstream. I'm so grateful to everyone who's still on board with me, and of course I wish the best to everyone who stayed on land. Of course I understand. Just kidding. I thought we were in the boat together. Okay, whatever you say, Lana. I'll believe it. I'll believe it when I get a date, and even then, maybe not even then. But you let me know when there's a release date, Lana. We also had a few things already released. We had After All by Carly. I didn't love it as much as the other songs so far, but it's still cute. Looking forward to the album for sure, always. Crash Out by Tinashe, also released. It's a cute song. And then we had the Gracie Abrams album, which has got a 58 on Album of the Year so far. I'm at least kind of happy to see that my issues with Gracie Abrams are somewhat universal. I understand. I don't want to like shit on her. I understand other people like her, but there is something about her music that like and I've got someone who's kind of articulated it, but like there's just something about it that's hard for me to even state as like what is my issue. I don't fucking know. But there's something with like Olivia Rodrigo. Olivia Rodrigo's music I understand is not for me. And that does impact the way that I interact with it. I think this latest album is like the most engaged I've felt in an Olivia Rodrigo album. There are a few songs that I am listening to a lot. I'm listening to a lot of the Dead, Drop Dead. I'm listening to a lot of Expectations. But the album as a whole, I'm like, yeah, it's not really my thing. I would say that Olivia Rodrigo's work is just sort of too young for me to feel like it really invites me in. But with Gracie Abrams' work, I feel like it actively repels me. Like, it's not even just that it's not inviting. It's not even just that it wasn't made for me, thus it takes me a little bit longer to get into it. It's just like, I listen to it, I'm like, I can't, no. I listened to the entire album. There were some songs that I like more than others, and I do have an appreciation. I think that she is like a good songwriter. There's just something about the production that I just don't connect with. Even when I re-listened to the entire album, I like started with the song that was the most recent single, the Look at My Life. When it started, I was like, you know what? Actually, maybe I do kind of like this song. Maybe in the context of the album, I think it's pretty good. Like the first verse, I was like, okay, you know what? Maybe this isn't as bad as I remember it being. And then it got to the chorus, and I was like, no, I hate this. I just don't like it. I don't think it's good. But I think the lyrics are good. It's just like the production to me that's like not really hitting. But of course, Rolling Stone loves it. And this is where it is, when we're having the conversations about like what's happening in like music journalism and music criticism, for sure I think Rolling Stone is an example of like unchecked poptimism. Maybe not all of their reviews, but a lot of their reviews I felt to be overly generous toward certain artists that maybe are just reminiscent of Taylor Swift specifically. Yeah, it's her voice for me. The voice is definitely a part of it. There's definitely like a thinness to the voice that just makes me not take it super seriously. But I did find some solace in this this review from The Guardian, written by Laura Snape. So shout out to Laura Snapes. So she said, Gracie's third album is a full-blown crime scene. That's a little much. But okay. Across 16 songs, the US songwriter catalogs slipknots, blades, bullets, knives, more knives, ghosts, cages, drugs, car crashes, blood burial, flaming tires, choking, burning houses, sinking ships, drowning, more blood, bloody knees, and even more knives. It's called Daughter from Hell to acknowledge how much the 26-year-old frayed her parents' nerves as a reckless teen, part of a wider theme about working out when to blame others for her pain and when to accept responsibility. Clearly, there's a lot of poetic license involved in dramatizing these mature revelations, but the dissonance between Abrams' goth-coded emotional turbulence and the music's insistent, quivering pettiness is the real uncrackable case on this bloodless record. In one way, Abrams has had an outsized influence on pop. Her early bedroom songs inspired Olivia Rodrigo to write Driver's License, which kickstarted the former Disney star's dazzling, quick, and continuing act of self-redefinition. Mostly, though, Abrams is the sum of her influences. You needn't listen hard to clock Lord's vocal harmonies, Phoebe Bridgers' intimacy, or the tightly packed storytelling of Taylor Swift, who had Abrams' support on the Eras tour. In Swift, she also shares a producer in The National's Aaron Dessner. That's another thing, too, is like I generally like Aaron Dessner's productions, but there's something about when he worked with Gracie where I'm like, yeah, this just doesn't work for me. But a collaborator of Bon Iver, and certainly a sound in folklore's pearlescent acoustics injected with a whisper of stomp-clap vigor. That mix of melodrama and songs sung like secrets means Abrams' audience skews young. Her music carries the sensation of being the only person in the world grappling with huge emotions, as life often feels in adolescence. For anyone older, her music can feel like a starter pack. What does Abrams have of her own? In the limiting column, A Case of Indie Girl Voice, so trembling it often sounds as if she's singing while standing on a body-toning vibration plate. As a writer, although her songs often have big choruses, her lyrics don't hew to traditional repeating pop structures. She prefers to unspool a story over a few minutes, ratcheting the self-aware neuroses until it's time to flee or fight or kiss. She's a good observer of how people hurt themselves and each other. Good Reason digs into the mystery of why nice guys who would bleed for you can be so unappealing. On Look at My Life, she sings, I've been thinking through the hard stuff over light drugs like every night, distilling the casual nihilism of a generation who have never seen any reason to believe that the good will out. Its heady pulse eventually boils over into an ornate crescendo as close as things get to recklessness. Daughter from Hell upgrades the synths of 2024's The Secret of Us for more filigreed orchestration. The rare moments when it kicks through the heavy decor are the best. The chorus to Broke My Heart has a swashbuckling sense of indignation. The racing Men Like You sharpens as Abrams swaps her usual close-mic'd hush for piercing recriminations of someone who used her. Recriminations of someone who used her. At moments, the scale feels superimposed to make songs work in the arenas that the one-time shy bedroom musician now headlines. The knife warrants the phone torches on cathartic sing-along, but Good Reason is just Mazzy Star's Fade Into You coated in bland mirror ball sparkle. Set only to rolling distorted guitar, the title track apologizes to Abrams' mother and is obviously meant to be a showstopper, but the grandeur starkly highlights the genericness of the record's centerpiece. Abrams' tribute plays like boilerplate wedding vows, and across the album we never really learn how she raised hell. Yeah, and it keeps going. It's like, it's just, that's kind of it, is that there's ingredients here of something that is supposed to be more rebellious, but it never quite reaches that. It feels so kind of like candied and sugary. I don't know. Maybe it's working well for some people. Maybe she is definitely very influential with other like Gen Z artists. So maybe there's just something that I'm too fucking old to get. I don't know. But good for her. I think she is like a good lyric writer. And the song is about to go #1, so she's successful. Love it. I do think that the chorus, or not chorus, I do think the cover is kind of stupid, but her last one was also dumb, so maybe that's just her thing now, is the covers that look kind of dumb. But love that. Now we have some upcoming albums. So Tyla's album comes out this Friday. And now so I'm excited. I'll listen to the album. I'm looking forward to that. Here's her with her Bratz dolls. And this annoyed me a little bit. So if you guys remember, back in December, she posted this video onto her social media of her with this tiger. And I didn't love that. I think you can kind of just tell that tiger is drugged. I don't think that there's any reason for a human being to walk a tiger like that. I don't know what Tyla's, like, awareness of this is, but, like, this is just plainly abusive to this animal. But maybe she didn't know any better. She's very young. I'm sure someone just told her, like, hey, walk with this tiger. It'll look really cool. And she does look cool, I guess, but, like, it's just don't do this. Ever. Ever, Tyla. Please. But I was willing to kind of, like, look past it. I'm still willing to look past it, I guess, because I still don't know what she knows or what she's aware of in terms of, like, animal welfare. But, like, fucking Bratz. They've got the tiger in one of her Bratz dolls. Like, come on. I could understand Tyla, an individual, not understanding what is happening when she's being asked to walk that tiger. Not understanding that, like, it was drugged and abused. But somebody at the Bratz headquarters must have known. Somebody must have at least looked into it. Like, why are the people making Bratz dolls low-key endorsing a form of animal abuse? It's just gross, dude. And it's such a huge part of the marketing for the Bratz dolls. Because not only does the doll come with one, it's a part of the fucking packaging. It's on a chain. Ew, come on. Just shameful. Shameful on so many people's parts. But the album, there's a lot of hype for the album. This is a listening party, I guess, in Atlanta. And look there's a huge fucking line outside. I don't know how the listening party worked. If, like, you got in line and, like, first come, first serve. But people are here. They want to listen to the album. Same day, though, Charlie will be coming out with her album. So I'll give the Tyla album a listen. But this is my priority. Definitely looking forward to this one a little bit more. Here's an alternative cover. I don't know if that's for, like, a bonus track version, a deluxe edition, or if it's just an alternative cover. But there's Charlie with her music, fashion, and film people. Then Arca also has an album coming out next Friday on the 31st. And then after that, or not after that, but that same week, Ariana Grande's new album as well. So, like, we got a lot of big ones. I think there's maybe even some other people who are releasing before the end of July, but the rest of July looks pretty packed. I do think that the Ariana Grande album will probably be the biggest of these four. Really looking forward to it. And the album already is, like, we've only got one full track so far, but it's still doing really well. So it re-entered the Billboard Hot 100 in, like, the top 5. It debuted at #1, but then it fell out of the top 5 for a little bit, but it re-entered this week at #4. So that's super exciting. I do really, really love that song. And then she's still on tour, Rachel Ziegler. attended recently. A lot of celebrities have been attending, but Rachel brought a Chromatica phone case, which, you know, love that. She's a little monster forever. And even outside of that, Ariana is still getting headlines. So she did recently for REM Beauty, her beauty makeup line, she did like a little Harry Potter impression thing that was cute.
We're doing a new trend, okay? We're making it our own.
Where's my blur butter, you bitch?
Not me! Not my blur butter! Where is it, Amani?
Dobby wants to know where his blur butter is, master. Dobby has been presented with the blur butter. He's a free elf. Dobby is free.
Turn to page. Where is the blur butter?
Where's my blur butter? Ha ha ha! I killed Sirius Black! Itty, bitty, pipe. Howie, someone came in here the other day and waited for all the bubbles.
By all means then, sir. Here's a blur butter. Come along. No. If not, then the bowl will forever remain empty. And she will have died for nothing. My mother. Sorry. Wait! I haven't done Hermione. Where's my blur butter? Oh, it's in my bag. I packed everything. Coming, Mum. Potter, where's my blur butter? I don't know who that was.
She is pretty good at it. I know, she used to do more voice acting. Yeah, she really should. She's kind of good at all the accents and everything. And she also has gotten back together with her ex-dancer. She had been dating Ricky Alvarez a while ago. I don't know much about him because I think he is literally like just a dancer. But she had mentioned him in... what's it called? Thank You Next. She said... What were the lyrics? Wrote some songs about Ricky, now I listen and laugh. I always took that as, and maybe this is my prejudices showing here, but I was like, oh, he's a backup dancer. She probably realized he was gay. But I guess not. Because now they're dating again. So he attended a show recently, and she started doing all these lyric changes. So this one is... wrote some songs about Ricky, now they still kind of slap. So like one tiny little lyric change, not a huge deal, but then the next one, and now I know he's still got my back. And then at that one, Ricky was in the audience. He shook Ariana Grande's father's hand, which I didn't realize her dad was back in their life so much that he was going to shows. I knew that she had made her last name in the Wicked credits her father's last name because they hadn't been like on good terms. But I guess they're on good terms now. And you know what? There's maybe some warning signs of some things happening with Ariana recently, and I would just say I'm not surprised that her father's back in her life. I feel like that's often the case. When people are going through something real weird where you're like, oh, I don't know about this. It's because their dad recently came back into their life. Not all the time, but it's just something I've noticed. Little pattern, small little pattern. But then the final one, wrote some songs about Ricky. We always find our way back. So that seemed like real confirmation that they were in fact dating again. This is what TMZ said. So there's them out in public. There's her dog peeing. Ariana's multitasking here, holding a dog on a leash. The pup looks like her pooch. Toulouse. Is that how you say that? And while Ricky was marking his territory, the dog was doing the same. Oh, okay. They're just getting bored over there. So, chaotic time for Ariana. As this person says, in less than 5 years, Ariana got married, divorced, entered a secret homoerotic relationship with her co-star, got with a married man who had a baby on the way, left him, and got back with her ex. And if you think about it, Ariana Grande is kind of a demon twink. A little bit. A little bit. But who's to say? I mean, we don't these are all private relationships. We don't know if her and Cynthia were ever actually, like, in love, though I think maybe a little bit. But yeah, I mean, married, dated a co-star, now dating a former boyfriend of hers. You know, life happens. But yeah, this is a very chaotic set of years for Ms. Ariana. And that kind of relates back to the overarching concerns that people are having for her. And, you know, it is very, very hard to talk about those concerns even still, even with it being a little easier to acknowledge some of the things going on. But some people feel very comfortable weighing in on what's happening with Ariana Grande, including Ivy Woke, who wrote some Instagram stories recently about Ariana that are interesting. And as this person says, you can't talk like that, white baby. Yeah, there are some words that she uses in here that I, as a fellow white woman, will not be using, because I don't know that I really should be using them. But she said, y'all mad that she's anorexic now. Meanwhile, her favorite eater died. I think that would be Malcolm, her favorite eater. Okay. She had a BPD rebound with a second-rate who would be mogged in any universe by the aforementioned dead fave eater. Mind you, the BPD rebound is a father now. She had a 2-year-long lesbo-erotic eating disorder musical theater friendship as a grown woman because she never got the chance to do such a thing in high school, and she was the other woman to a chud. Think about what made you anorexic. Probably a lot less. And, you know, there's a little bit... Is Ivy overstepping a little here? Maybe. But I think that there definitely is just stuff with people who have suffered eating disorders in the past or who suffer from them now, that they notice things with Ariana that maybe they are fully projecting onto her, or maybe they are just relating to something that she has gone through or whatever. But there's something to be said about how people are seeing themselves in Ariana. And I think that it is good, at least kind of, to remind ourselves when people are having some of these discussions about what is or is not happening with Ariana. It's good to remind ourselves that Ariana has been through some fucking shit. Not just with, you know, BPD head here, but also Malcolm's death, terrorist attacks. She is a child star. Even the stuff that happened not as recently. It is all just kind of like a cumulative. Who's Ivy Woke? I keep hearing her name popping up. She's kind of, I don't know exactly even what she got famous for, but I think that she's like a theater person who is, I just know her as like a social media person who's just kind of like saying shit all the time. And sometimes she's right, and sometimes she's like the person who can articulate something that's complicated, where you're like, oh, wow, I never would have put it that way, but she is 100% on the money. But other times she says stuff where I'm like, I don't know about that girl. But yeah, and did anyone watch the Ivy Woke Courtney Love podcast where they talk about Hassan? I did see that. And they were both kind of, they had some good things to say. But I think it is good for us to remind ourselves, because a lot of people right now, and I understand why, but a lot of people with the discourse around Ariana Grande, they're getting very frustrated at Ariana because of the effect that her being so public can have on other people, which is fair to point out that, like, anorexia is somewhat of like a contagious mental illness. So I understand why people are getting frustrated with Ariana, but I think we also need to remember that, like, if Ariana has an eating disorder, which I think she most likely has, I don't think that her behavior, these behaviors are not coming from, like, a completely sane woman. And so when we do this whole thing about, like, oh, she knows what she's doing, she might understand to a certain extent what she's doing, but I also think that she is clearly not fully operating at, like, a complete clear state of mind. I'm also tired of people accusing women of having personality disorders, especially BPD. I don't know if Ivy is referring to Ariana as having BPD. Pete has BPD, and he's openly talked about that. He was diagnosed with borderline personality disorder. So I think that's what she means about a BPD rebound. Like, she rebounded with a guy that has borderline personality disorder. So there was that that Instagram story. Then there was another one, which this one she at least... this is like I don't know how much this applies to Ariana, and I can't know because I'm not Ariana, but I do think this is a good thing to point out about eating disorders in general. She says, I'm not anorexic anymore, at least in my own mind, because I don't give a fuck. But as an anthropologist of the illness, I have better takes about it than most people. And while I think it's ultimately a corny and flattening thing to do to yourself, and also trite as fuck, even if you are convinced that the way you do it is reinventing the wheel, I understand why some women need it, because sometimes it's the only way you can extricate yourself from patriarchal expectations / sometimes it's a reaction to what dick has done to you. I use dick as synecdoche for male-female relations here. Sometimes you make yourself abject in an effort to create a new paradigm for yourself of what beauty should be devoid of, what will actually garner you male attention / sexual response. You make yourself childlike and simple and blank on the outside so that penis doesn't register you as eligible for its objectification and troublemaking. Anorexia is the ultimate regression. You think surely no one wants to rape the baby. But dear reader, so long as you are female in any regard, you are on the rape list. I mean, she kind of spit with that one. Again, I don't know exactly how that applies to Ariana, but yeah, I mean, I think that is a factor for a lot of people with anorexia, that, like, you think that by starving yourself and giving yourself a less, like, quote-unquote womanly shape, that you will be able to exclude yourself from a certain paradigm, and you just kind of really can't. So, you know, good thing to point out, I suppose. Maybe she could have done it in a more kind of graceful way, but that is the thing that people do like about Ivy Woke, and I do appreciate that about her a lot of the time too, is, like, she just kind of says shit. She doesn't really... She's not getting, she doesn't have the PC police in her head the way that a lot of us do, and it does free her to just say whatever she wants. So, I guess thanks for that, Ivy. Now, moving on, getting completely out of music, let's talk about some TV stuff. I didn't realize the last time we talked about the Emmy nominations, I hadn't even looked into what Euphoria was nominated for. I didn't realize that it was even eligible. I thought that it would be one of those things where it was, you know, like the way that it premiered, that it would be like in next year's little batch. But no, I guess it was nominated this year, so it got nominated for outstanding picture editing for a drama series. Okay, fine, sure, whatever. Outstanding production design for a narrative contemporary program. Okay, I guess. Is that the one... This Little Piggy, is that the one with, Sydney Sweeney as, like, a giant? Because that one, actually, I would agree with that. And then outstanding lead actress in a drama series, obviously Zendaya should get that. And then outstanding cinematography, okay, fine. Outstanding contemporary hairstyling, okay. Outstanding contemporary makeup, non-prosthetic, fine. And then outstanding guest actor. So, like, at least the nominations are reasonable. Definitely think Zendaya should win everything. But I haven't watched any of the other shows that are nominated for like anything, so what do I fucking know? But I'm at least glad to see that it did not get any writing nominations. Also good news, Chloe Fineman is leaving SNL. Thank fucking God. Oh my God. I've never found her funny. She's also kind of weird, like ethically. And so, yeah, good riddance. Also, apparently Lord of the Rings? The TV show Lord of the Rings of Power is about to have a season 3. I didn't know they had a season 2. I didn't know that they were still doing that shit. Wasn't that it was the most expensive TV show ever produced or something, and then it made no noise whatsoever. Didn't see anybody talking about it. I guess it at least got enough viewership to get a 3rd season. Then also Netflix has revealed that about 300 of their titles used generative AI this year, but they didn't say specifically what titles and also how it was used. And that's just it's really hard because AI is such a catch-all term at this point. I'm like, what does that mean? What does AI mean in this context? Especially like generative AI. I guess with generative AI, that's more specific. But how did you use it, and what do we need to do? To get more like transparency and more clarity? Like, do we need to just like require companies to disclose all of their AI use? I mean, I don't think that'd be a terrible idea, but at the same time, again, it's like, where are we drawing the line with what is considered AI and what's not? I don't know, man. It just feels like everything's moving so fast and we don't even have clarity on what any of it means. Like, what the fuck? What is AI? Anyway, some good news. The Writers Guild of America filed a lawsuit to block the Warner Bros. And Paramount merger. They said with fewer competitors, the merged Paramount Warner Bros. Entity would have both the incentive and the ability to lower costs by suppressing writers' wages and reducing output. So they filed a lawsuit, but then separately of any of that, earlier today it was announced that a judge had already put a pause on the merger because of a coalition from multiple states. So plaintiff states showing at least... Here, wait. Yeah, so there's a 14-day restraining order after a hearing argument from both sides on Friday. The states is like 12 U.S. states. Yeah, 12-state coalition led by California brought a motion for the temporary restraining order. The states are also seeking a preliminary injunction, which would block the merger until the judge rules on the merits of the state's lawsuit. So the 14-day restraining order could be extended to as long as 28 days. Also set a preliminary injunction for August 3rd, but that date could be delayed if the parties agree. So at the current moment, there is a pause put on this merger, which is good because we cannot allow Paramount to get more shit. As Paramount, let's remember, is a company that is basically run by the Trump administration at this point. And that's very, very worrying. So if they got Warner Bros., that would include, I think it includes like CNN, I think it includes HBO. Warner Bros. Has a lot of different divisions within it. So it is really of the utmost importance that this merger does not happen at all. In film news, there is a live-action movie about Tiana. I'm against these live-action things, period. I am interested in the fact that Coleman Domingo is set to co-write the film, and admittedly, I've also never seen The Princess and the Frog, so I don't know how much there is really to say, like, because it says a movie about Tiana. And so I'm like, so it's not just a recreation of The Princess and the Frog, it's maybe something that's like a prequel, possibly? Which would be interesting. I definitely prefer that to just a live action remake, full stop. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just kind of over the Disney live action remakes, period. Kane Parsons is being offered, he is being aggressively pursued by multiple production companies, including Warner Bros. So A24, Warner Bros., Universal, and Sony are all aggressively pursuing him for a contract that A24 is apparently offering their biggest deal ever, a 3-year first look deal with performance bonuses that could see Parsons earn around $65 million. He's 21 years old. I know that it's such like a meme at this point to bring up his age, but it is crazy. Like, he is just a little baby, but he's a good little filmmaker. What can you say? He's got a lot of promise. He also, I'm rooting for him just in terms of his own personal ethos. So he is currently looking into A24 allegedly copy striking Backrooms-inspired artworks and projects. He commented on Reddit something about all of these A24 takedown notices. And he said, I'm looking into this. Should not be happening. What a fucking a Zoomer director thing to do, to comment specifically on a Reddit post. But good for him. He was looking into it. And as this person says, oh shit, did I already delete? It said something about like, go Kane Parsons, show them why you're 21. But he was then on Discord talking about it there. So here's a screenshot. He said, A24 has confirmed to me that the wallpaper takedowns were an outsourced system error in pursuit of removing cam rips. Anything further, it appears, is somehow not them. They have been very adamant that they have never wanted to touch the community. The wallpaper thing should be fixed, by the way. Any legitimate action of this sort suspected would be unacceptable. Nobody knows what's happening. The wallpaper was the only clear instance of a system failing. Everything else appears to be someone else somehow. It's likely a shitty system or a mystery third situation. Either way, I'm demanding reform and answers. This will sort itself out. They have no grounds to do this, so they aren't. I'm confident it's a mistake, but mistakes should not be allowed. They're very much on the side of the community over there. They have been very insistent since day one on keeping the community protected, as it always has been. They're working rapidly to resolve it. We'll probably issue a statement. I want to be able to resolve all of them. It's A24's job, but I'm being thorough. What a fucking hero! I love him. You know, I mean, this is where I think it is kind of beneficial to have someone who was a part of like an internet community being given this amount of power, because he does understand how serious the issue is if there are any sort of takedown notices. Because he comes from, you know, that Backrooms community. He knows that this is not a property that he owns individually. This is something that is supposed to be like communally shared. So I'm glad that he's doing something about this. He's doing his own due diligence. I said Backrooms Online, for example, was definitely not done by A24. Same with the Google Play game. So I don't really know what all that is, but yeah. Apparently, what is this Discord that he's in, though? I want to be in this Discord. It says, following reports of a 3-year deal with A24, Kane Parsons clarifies that A24 already owns the rights to all future Backrooms projects. He also assures that A24's AI deal with Google will never cross over with Backrooms and that he has a very healthy creative relationship with A24. He says, no, because I have a very healthy, easy-going creative relationship with them. They're happy to let me dictate the flow of the project across mediums over the years. Their Google deal is certainly not something I support. However, I am certain it will not have probably an effect on his output. Look at this little 21-year-old go. But then just in the larger horror discourse and why horror is doing so well, I realized another factor that I actually think is contributing as well to the horror renaissance here. So Zach Cregger's Resident Evil will reportedly have a runtime of 1 hour and 35 minutes. Fucking horror films are shorter. And I think we're all so goddamn sick of these 3-hour-long movies. Like, why is like every action movie now 3 hours long? Why? And some of it I think works. Like the Odyssey I think did need to be as long as it is. But every fucking Marvel movie, why are they all so long? You don't need it. But like Obsession, that's like 1 hour 45. Backrooms, 1 hour 45. Resident Evil, 1 hour 35. People want 90-minute movies. Bring them back. You don't need all that time. And I don't even understand how it's more profitable for them. I don't get why movies have gotten so long, because ultimately, having a shorter movie allows you to do more showings and allows you to generate more ticket revenue because more people can see the movie multiple times. When you do a 3-hour movie, that cuts down to your theater showings in half versus a 90-minute movie. I don't understand why they're so popular. Why is the 3-hour movie so fucking popular? There must be something behind it. There must be some reason that that's profitable for them. I don't know what it is. But I'm gonna figure it out. And also, it is just something where it's like, Resident Evil, I don't know. I have hope because of it's Zach Cregger, and I've liked his movies that have come out so far. But Resident Evil obviously is like a big IP, so who knows what like the studio interference in that is going to be. But overall, I do think these horror films, they have a little bit more humanity. They have a little bit more like creative chutzpah in a way. And as the Project Hail Mary co-director said, young audiences can sniff cynicism and know when movies are made solely out of a desire to make money. They want to see things that were made out of passion and love. Yeah, and I would say the same thing about Project Hail Mary. I mean, that's not a horror film, but it was a bigger film. It was like a sci-fi film that came out a few months ago that I just watched fairly recently. But like, yeah, even if you don't love Project Hail Mary, I don't think that you could ever say that it's like a product the way that a Marvel movie is. It does feel like something people actually were passionate about. So I don't know, man. I don't know why they keep making movies like this, too. It's like you're pouring so much fucking money into something that I think people very clearly aren't that interested anymore. Now, speaking of the superhero films and the Marvel films, I will say I'm somewhat interested in the Tom Holland, this newer Spider-Man that's coming out, and I do think that this billboard is really cool. Love that. Love the creativity there. But the Avengers Doomsday shit that came out earlier today, there was a new poster, there's a new trailer. Who cares? Who cares about this movie? They put out the trailer, and I'm like, it looks like the same movie that they've been putting out for the last, like, 6 years. I can't watch the whole thing because they will copyright strike you for this, but it's like just a bunch of people standing in a room. It's a bunch of special effects. Everything's filmed on green screen. Like, come on. It's not even interesting to look at this point. And also, did anyone even like the fucking Fantastic Four movies? No, they didn't. Nobody liked any of these movies. And it's just the same actors too. At this point, aren't their contracts done? They can't possibly still be contractually obligated to make these movies. Can they not do anything else? Chris Evans doesn't have anything else he can do that's more rewarding. I guess the paycheck is just so good. Oh, you liked the Fantastic Four? I didn't see that one. I didn't see a lot of these more newer ones, but there's not a lot of passion around it. I guess the Black Panther people liked, but now obviously Chadwick Boseman is gone. So most people are not that interested in it. I don't think people were super interested in the Florence Pugh character. I don't think people were super interested in the, what was the other one? The Eternals or whatever. I saw some people that did like it and some people that thought that it was actually a little bit more adventurous than other Marvel movies, but overall, like, I just don't think it had that much cultural relevance to be hyping up this whole thing of like, wow, we're finally gonna see all these characters together. All right. And it's just the same shit. Like, all the effects are the same. It looks the same. And as Quentin Review said, several people you recognize standing in the same room, the movie. That's all that it is. It just feels like nostalgia bait. And it's like nostalgia bait for characters that got introduced a couple years ago even. Like, the Eternals movie isn't that old. I think that there's maybe a chance that in 10 years it will have developed more of a cult following and people will be more excited to like see it. But at this point, a lot of these characters that they've got in here, they don't have like the cultural juice. I didn't see anybody talking about the Fantastic Four movies, really. No one gives a fuck about Ant-Man. And then Quentin also said, am I becoming too cynical if I say that this looks like one of those AI trailers that gain the algorithm on YouTube? No, you're not. It does look like that. And I think that's probably because those AI trailers are like based off of the Marvel trailers, but then that says something in and of itself that like they haven't found anything new beyond their own pre-established formula. They are doing the same shit that the AI trailer generator people are doing because they can't move on to something new. And what I'm excited for, though, where I'm like, oh, maybe this will actually be kind of the final nail in their coffin, because these Marvel movies, they come out and they usually do kind of well, pretty well, because they come out at times where not a whole lot of other big movies are coming out. You know, they can still go to the top of the box office if they come out at a time where like the selection at the theater is a little dry and people are like, I guess I'll see the Marvel movie. But I am excited for the fact, and I hope this goes well for us, I'm excited about the fact that they're dropping the same day as Dune Part 3, because I think Dune Part 3 could really crush Avengers Doomsday, and I want it to. I want it to so bad. I'm so much more interested in the Dune movies than I am in these Marvel movies. And the Dune movies are also like big popcorn movies. They're also based on like established IP, but they have way more interesting components than Avengers at this point. I would so much rather see the Dune movies than any of the new Marvel films. Any of them. Let's just let Dune kill them. But of course, you can't fully kill them because they still have so many goddamn movies in production. They've still got so many waiting for release for the next like 10 years. They've got them all lined up. So they're going to keep putting these out there. But let's just stop filming them, maybe. But as this person says, really bold move to release a trailer for a movie that was filmed entirely on sound stages and green screens the same week as the Odyssey. Yeah. That leads us to our main topic, our big one. Odyssey this, Odyssey that. You ought to see a therapist. Let's talk about the fucking Odyssey. So first, I think that we should maybe do a little bit of background here and recognize what the Odyssey has meant culturally to us over these last, I'd say the last like 6 months probably, maybe more. Elon really started going after the Odyssey in May. That's when he like really went in, but there was already some stuff happening before that. It was already a part of the culture wars. But Elon started attacking the Odyssey very, very publicly and really like relentlessly in May. I mean, it was just constant tweets about it having like a woke agenda or whatever. And are we doing spoilers? Because I haven't seen it yet. I'm not gonna reveal everything. There will probably be like some spoilers, but nothing that like, if you already are familiar with the Odyssey, nothing that I think will ruin your enjoyment of the film. But with Elon and with this whole culture war thing, it started back maybe in January. I don't remember. It started a while ago, and when it first started to break out, I noticed it, and I thought that it was very, very odd. Because it's a very similar thing to me as the Stephen Colbert shit, where Stephen... he's not like a super radical person. He is maybe kind of like politically oriented on the left in terms of like where America stands at like the center of the political divide, but Stephen Colbert is not like a radical. He's not like a real like leftist person. But under this administration, he's apparently too fucking radical to exist on network television. He got kicked off CBS. They say because of his low ratings, even though he had the highest ratings of any late night show, period. But it seems very, very likely that he got kicked off because of his commentary about the Trump administration, and CBS is owned by Paramount, so that checks out. It is very scary to be in a world where Stephen Colbert is too radical for CBS. Similarly, the fact that a Christopher Nolan film has become the center of like one of the dumbest culture wars I've ever fucking seen. And I've seen people be like, oh, this is peak culture wars. And I'm like, no, it always manages to get worse. So it's probably not peak for right now, but it is especially dumb. But the idea that Christopher Nolan is like the woke king that the right needs to fear, it's just so funny to me. Because Christopher Nolan, as like a person, doesn't seem to be that radical. He's like Nepo baby adjacent. Borderline Nepo baby. Very privileged upbringing. You know, white dude, white British man, blonde hair, blue-eyed, reaps the benefits of all that stuff, and has never seemed exceptionally radical in his own politics. Now, I think you could do a whole video essay, a whole breakdown of the politics of all of Christopher Nolan's movies, because I think they are complicated. I don't think it's as simple as being like, oh, he's on the right or he's on the left. I think more recently he's skewed a little bit more liberal, a little bit more left-leaning, but for sure, like, The Dark Knight is a very pro-cop movie, pro-surveillance movie. And so I don't even know how to say with any sort of definitive answer where Chris and his films lie politically. I think it is all fairly complicated. But of course, the big thing with the current culture war, it is all centering around the casting. The specific casting of Lupita Nyong'o and Elliot Page. Elliot had previously worked with Nolan on Inception. But so Musk already came out swinging against the Odyssey in February amid rumors that Nyong'o would play Helen of Troy. And then a new Time magazine profile of Nolan published May 12 confirmed that not only is Nyong'o playing Helen of Troy, aka the most beautiful woman in Greek mythology, but the Oscar winner has a surprising second role as Helen's sister Clytemnestra, who is married to Agamemnon. So conservative commentator Matt Walsh used X to insult Nyong'o, writing, "Not one person on the planet actually thinks that Lupita Nyong'o is the most beautiful woman in the world." Okay, that's your own fucking opinion. Who could everyone agree on is the most beautiful woman in the world? Literally who? And also not one person on the planet. I'm sure there are plenty of fucking people. You're just too racist that you... Oh, it's so gross. The whole thing is so fucking gross. Because it's not even like there's this whole idea of like historical accuracy or whatever that they're also trying to use to defend this, but the fact that they are so focused on Lupita Nyong'o playing Helen, it literally comes down to their idea that black women can't be considered beautiful. It's so nasty. But Christopher Nolan knows that he would be called racist if he gave the most beautiful woman role to a white woman. Nolan is technically talented but a coward. Plenty of people have cast Helen as white, and also plenty of people have cast Helen as black too. This was not like that big of an issue on most productions of the Odyssey. This was not like a thing that people were looking to of like, who's getting cast as Helen, or what's their race. Not something most people paid attention to, most people who were normal. But then Musk supported Walsh's opinion, replying true. He also wrote on X that Nolan wants the awards, which is why he thinks Nolan is changing the races of characters in the Odyssey. Musk was replying to a tweet that noted how the Oscars have representation and inclusion standards when it comes to Best Picture eligibility, although in actuality these rules have little to do with casting. Established in 2020 to be eligible for a Best Picture nomination for a film must fulfill diversity criteria that includes a combination of casting, subject matter leadership, and department heads, crew, apprenticeships, and or audience development. That's something too, where this whole, the diversity quota or whatever that the Oscars have put in for Best Picture, it wouldn't have prevented any winner of Best Picture from winning that award, ever, historically. Like, it is so light of a requirement that it actually doesn't do anything, period. It's just sort of something they put down on paper to be like, look, we're encouraging diversity, when in fact, every Best Picture winner would have qualified. But so in additional X posts, Musk retweeted photos that mocked Paige's masculinity and claimed that Nolan was stomping all over Homer's grave because of his casting choices. That is so fucking stupid to me too. Homer's grave? Where's Homer's grave? We don't know anything about Homer. Anything at all, other than the fact that he wrote the Odyssey and the Iliad. What? Back in February, when Nyong'o's role was just a rumor, Musk amplified an X user who claimed that it would be an insult to Homer if the actor plays Helen of Troy because the Greek poet describes the fictional character as fair-skinned, blonde, and the face that launched 1,000 ships because she was so beautiful that men started a war over her. So because Homer wrote it in a particular way, he would have been so diametrically opposed to any other interpretation. It is so crazy to try to make these assumptions about Homer, but also so crazy to fucking care. Yeah, we don't even know that Homer was one person. Yeah, exactly. It is so indistinct, the writer of the Iliad and the Odyssey. And also it was an oral poem too, so things changed quite a lot before it ever even got written down. There were already so many different adaptations of the Odyssey before anyone even started making movies out of it. It's been changing the whole time, dude. Who cares? And I don't fucking care what a dead guy wants. But so this is kind of what opened it up. And then just a whole bunch of people. Someone says, here's a Greek poet according to Nolan in his film Odyssey, LMAO. And it's Travis Scott. And as this person says, kind of incredible that the right-wing official policy is now there were no black people in ancient times. They're really trying to establish at this point that like all ancient things just lead back to white people. That all of modern civilization was built off of the innovations of white people, the artwork of white people, the philosophical leaders of white people. And as this person says, white supremacy is so dangerous because it creates a very specific historical delusion to manifest. This notion that non-white people were not present in civilizations like Greece is just silly. Greece is literally right above Africa. Yeah, there were black people. They were around. That's why we have such discourse and we have so many debates about the ethnicity of Cleopatra. because it's very hard to say what Cleopatra might have looked like, because she could have looked one of many different ways. And the fact that so many people are so married to one idea, the white idea of Cleopatra and Helen's not even fucking real, so that one's even dumber. Like, Cleopatra was at least a real person. We can have a more kind of informed debate about the race of Cleopatra. We can't have any sort of informed debate about the race of Helen because she doesn't fucking exist. What are we even talking about? And then, yeah, beyond any of that, it's like, do you not have a capacity to, like, just let yourself be transported to a new reality? Why do you need it to look exactly one way based on your idea of historical accuracy for a poem that's not even based in, like, I mean, there might be some historical basis, but it's not like a retelling of actual historical events. But even if it was, like, can you not just lose yourself for, like, an hour or 2 hours or 3 hours or however long the movie is? Can you not just, like, let yourself be transported to a new world? They're Greeks, by the way. A stage play would kill these people. Yeah, just... And also, what does Elliot Page even have to do with that? If you're making the argument that only white people existed in Greece... Elliot Page is white. Why is he being brought into that? Why are any of these people being brought into it? It's so stupid. And then as people found out, this was so fucking funny too. So here's one, like, small spoiler, but it really doesn't spoil much at all, and I don't think it matters that much. The total screen time for Elliot, 5 minutes, 30 seconds total screen time. I feel like that's gotta be, there's no way it's only 3 minutes and 42 seconds for, it's probably longer, but, like, very, very little screen time for both Elliot and Lupita, whom so much of this discourse centers around. And then this person says that these are facts about the Odyssey, which begs the question, why were the actors so prominent in the advertising for the film? And then this person says they literally weren't, you're just mindless sheep. Yeah, they weren't. They were not that prominent. At no point was it indicated that Elliot and Lupita were going to take up a significant amount of screen time. Never. If you go and watch all the interviews that all the cast members have been doing, Lupita isn't even involved in most of those. Neither is Elliot. I don't think I've seen Elliot do one fucking interview for this movie. I'm sure he has at some point. But the people that I see doing most of the interviews are the people who are in the movie the most. This was never something where any of the people promoting this film tried to trick people into thinking that, like, they were prominent parts of the promotion or prominent parts of the film. That never happened. People literally just saw a trans man in the trailer and they knew that Lupita had gotten this one role and they freaked the fuck out. And they made it the center of their idea of what the movie was. And it's just not what the movie ever was and not something that anyone ever told them. But also, who cares? Even if they were in the film more than they were, be normal about it. But so a lot of the discourse, it's separate of the, like, racial discourse. Most of the, like, culture war discourse is just fucking racist and transphobic. But then there's also this separate thing of, like, the history buffs just nitpicking shit. And I also find that annoying. So Odysseus' sails home in a Viking ship in the film is what they're saying. The vessel in Nolan's Odyssey is Drake and Harald, blah, 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 the largest Viking ship built in modern times, built in Haugesund, Norway, named after who cares? The Odyssey is set around 12,000 BC. Ships like this appeared around 800 AD. The Viking Age is closer to us than to Odysseus. Who cares? I get it. If you're, like, a historian and you want to do, like, a little, just a thing of being like, hey, here's what is right and here's what's wrong, but not to, like, associate it specifically with, like, the quality of the film. But so many people are doing shit like this where they're like, oh, Nolan didn't care at all about historical accuracy. It's like, well, okay, he was making a movie about the Odyssey, which didn't happen. And even if it did happen, I think that historical films that take some historical basis, I don't think they need to be 100% accurate. Depending on the scope of the film, depending on the point of the film, depending on the themes of the film. I mean, I said last time, I did enjoy that Napoleon movie. And I understand it's not a historically accurate film, but I went into it not thinking of it as a historically accurate film. That's not like the basis of my knowledge of Napoleon. I have very little knowledge about Napoleon, admittedly. But I don't think that like what was shown in that movie is actually like the events of Napoleon's life. But to me, it's like that's just sort of beside the point. I think it's a movie that's about an idea of Napoleon that doesn't need to be 100% accurate, but that one I can at least kind of understand because it is sort of, it's at least based on like a real guy and it's based on like real events, kind of. With the Odyssey though, it's like that's not real though. It was never real. Why would I care about the historical accuracy? It isn't a historical event. And then the other thing people keep bringing up is the fucking accents. The modern vernacular and the American accents, which I have to say, having seen the film, I do think one of my biggest criticisms of the film would be the inconsistency between like kind of more poetic language and stuff that feels more modern and feels more just like casual vernacular. I think that there was kind of a mix that I would have actually liked to have seen more of just the modern vernacular instead of kind of going back and forth like that. It felt a little uneven to me. But people are pissed about the fact that they have American accents too. As opposed to what? Were they supposed to be speaking in Greek? No. They want them speaking with British accents, which Odysseus wouldn't have had anyway. But I really did like Chris's, what he had to say here about why they wanted the American accents. Because it does like modernize it a little bit. And the idea that we have that like ancient stuff needs to have a British accent, it's stupid.
I am curious to know about the use of what felt like American accents.
Mm-hmm.
It felt like to be a very intentional choice, maybe even a message to,
yeah,
you know what I mean?
American accents, or as Americans like to say, no accent.
Right.
Which, no, but I mean, seriously, to me, I didn't want to look back to the Hollywood of the 50s and 60s, where, you know, everyone would speak with what was considered to be an elevated way of speaking.
Yep.
They'd have mid-Atlantic or British accents, whatever. There's no logic to that. And so I didn't want to go back to that era in any way. And so even with the music, for example, we didn't use a romantic era orchestral soundtrack. It's to Ludwig Göransson who's doing the music. You know, we're not doing that with the cast. We're trying to be what I find in the poem, which is earthy and grounded and accessible.
Yeah.
You know, this is a vital, relevant story
Still.
about how people live. Still about how people live, about family, about love and death and war and all these things. You know, so we wanted
the
to
golden
be,
rule also.
and the golden rule:
ultimately.
treat others as you would be treated,
Yeah.
and how important that was to them. But you realize, no, stunningly relevant. Today,
Stunningly relevant.
Yeah.
And I thought that the use of what felt like an every person in America kind of accent,
Yeah.
right, is that it was no longer this story outside of us. It's a direct reminder to us of like what is really relevant, what is really important right now,
Yeah.
and getting back to that.
Well, a lot of the way people look at the ancient world or the classical world in movies and in culture is to sort of project their own fantasies onto it and to keep it at a remove.
Exactly. This
And
is
so,
them, not me.
For example, when you talk about, you know, academics will talk about how Homer's story was passed down as oral formulaic poetry.
Yep.
Which is really fascinating. It's like the idea that bards have just, you know, riffed on this and kind of, you know,
Yes.
freestyled it and everything. But they'll always talk about, like, you know, Yugoslav folk poets from the 1920s or whatever. They don't look at rap. They don't look at a guy like Travis Scott. And that's why I've got Travis
Come on.
in the movie because it's like
Starting
that's
the first voice you hear
right.
is his telling this story. It was incredible.
When I was thrilled he would come to do it, but he got it immediately. It's like, no, this is how this story's been handed down, and we
Yes.
have that in our culture today.
You have
it's
to
such
tell
an
me.
important part of the culture.
You have to tell me before we leave.
And I think that's a great point. I would not, if I was casting it, I wouldn't have done Travis Scott specifically. But I do think that that is a very strong choice to have a rapper be like the bard, because that is like a more modern form of storytelling. It is an extension of what Homer was doing. And so what is it that people are afraid of a little bit? What is it that people worry that the modernization of this story is going to do? That we have to think about it as something that actually has relevance to like a current time and isn't just a part of this like fantasy of essentially whiteness, this fantasy of what ancient Greece was, which it wasn't. But then, okay, so going off the casting, I have seen some, what I believe to be a more like legitimate criticism, which I don't agree with, but I think that it is a legitimate gripe to have. Just the amount of celebrities that are in the movie. This is all kind of like the main cast. There are other people who are in it in like an even smaller role. But I've seen this criticism of Christopher Nolan movies, period, where they're just so packed with celebrities that they feel just like a vehicle for celebrity actors to like exist within. And I saw that with Oppenheimer a lot. And this is the thing, is that I actually do appreciate that criticism and the exhaustion people have when celebrities get cast in like every role for every big blockbuster film. I get that. Like, I think that that's a criticism that I have of the Marvel films, that they are just so fucking packed with A-list actors that are playing lifeless characters that you're literally just going to see the cast. And I definitely have that criticism, very, very much so, of animated movies. I am so sick of A-list celebrity actors doing animated films. I think it's ridiculous. But I'm gonna give Chris a pass on this one. I think that Chris actually utilizes celebrity very, very well. Because number one, like, especially with a story like this, with the Odyssey, I think it does help modernize it, because these are faces that you associate with a modern celebrity. So I think it kind of brings it into the current day a little bit more. Versus if you had like a completely unknown cast or a lesser known cast, it would be easier for you to get like, and this is where I would say most of the time I get exhausted by the celebrity, because having big name celebrities in the film, it breaks the immersion a little bit, because you're thinking about the celebrities. It even just unconsciously, you're like, oh wow, what a great performance from Anne Hathaway or whatever. But in this way, I'm almost like, I kind of like that it breaks the immersion a little bit by giving you these recognizable faces, because it brings this ancient story into like a modern context. I think it works for this, and I also think it worked for Oppenheimer. And something that I will very much defend with Oppenheimer, I think he maybe could have gotten away with it here, but all the people that complain about the amount of celebrities in Oppenheimer, I guarantee you, if they weren't there, if you didn't recognize at least like 25% of the people in that film, you would find the viewing experience extremely frustrating. Because Oppenheimer has so many characters that do like meaningful, valuable shit for the story, but that are in like seconds of the film. Like, there are such quick scenes in Oppenheimer featuring so many different characters, most of which are like middle-aged white dudes, you know, or like adult white dudes, if not middle-aged. And it would be so hard, the way that your brain processes information, it would be so hard to keep track of the characters that are just shown in front of you for like seconds or minutes at a time, to keep track of all those different characters and what they're doing in the story. You would just start like confusing characters for one another, if you didn't already recognize at least like 25% of the faces. It's the fact that those actors are recognizable to such a large portion of the population that you can keep some of those characters straight and be like, oh, I saw him earlier in the film and he's back doing this. Like you keep track of what the characters are doing way better because they're celebrities. So I very, very much feel like in Oppenheimer, the amount of celebrities being cast was extremely important because it would just be way too fucking hard to keep track of what the characters are doing without it. But then I also think that it really, what I am interested in I think that sometimes the presence of big celebrities can be somewhat antithetical to the art of filmmaking in terms of breaking the immersion, but it's important to the art of like the movie star and the art of like the meta narrative of a movie star. We talk a lot about meta narrative with singers because it's a little bit easier there because that's a little bit more of like a personal art form, but the meta narrative of actors was incredibly important to the creation of like the modern celebrity, the modern like movie industry that is incredibly based around celebrity. And that's one of the things that people have debated about over these last few years, especially like since the pandemic, where there's been a reduced interest in movie stars, and that has maybe contributed to a reduced interest in like big blockbuster films. So the fact that like that you have all these big actors where some of them are starring in so many films just this year. The fact that you have all these actors in this film together, it makes the film itself a stronger entry into like a larger Hollywood canon in a way that I think is very interesting. And really, to me, it kind of negates this idea that people have had for these last few years that there's like a death of the movie star. This is what people have been saying for a while. Let's face it, the movie star is dead. There was a time when a single name, Tom Cruise, Julia Roberts, Brad Pitt, Leonardo DiCaprio, Will Smith, Tom Hanks, etc., could anchor a film and fill up a theater all on its own. Studios didn't just market movies, they marketed faces. The star was the event. Today, that power has evaporated. Actors are abundant, audiences are apathetic, attention is fragmented, and studios invest in franchises, not personalities. I think that this is an example, the Odyssey is an example of like, no, movie stars are fucking back. Movie stars matter again, because some of the stars in this movie, they're in everything right now. Like every time I go to see an Anne Hathaway movie, there is a poster or trailer for the next Anne Hathaway movie. Yeah, Anne is in so much shit right now. She is. In 2024, she was in Mother's Instinct and The Idea of You. Had a little break in 2025. Came back in 2026 with Mother Mary, The Devil Wears Prada 2, The Odyssey. She's going to be in The End of Oak Street, Verity. And then in 2020, or well, I guess we don't have a date yet, but like sometime soon, Alone at Dawn. There's also Princess Diaries 3 in production. And here's the thing. The Odyssey I was going to see because it was just a Christopher Nolan movie and it was a movie that I was interested in. The Devil Wears Prada 2 I was going to see because it was the Devil Wears Prada sequel, and I love The Devil Wears Prada, but Mother Mary, I actually didn't end up seeing it because it came out of theaters so fast. Me and my friends had plans to go see it, then one of us got sick. We were like, okay, let's see it next week. It was already out of theaters, so we never got to see it. But Mother Mary, I was fully just going to see because it was Anne Hathaway. Fully going to see it because it was Anne Hathaway. And the same thing, Robert Pattinson, in a whole lot of movies coming up, and in a whole lot of movies recently too. The drama, saw that fully because it was Robert Pattinson and Zendaya. The Odyssey, prime time, I'm gonna see that because it's Robert Pattinson. I want to see Robert Pattinson play Chris Hansen. He's gonna be in Dune Part 3, which I'm already just interested in that, and then Here Comes the Flood and the Batman Part 2. I will fully see movies because Robert Pattinson is in it. Fully. And then Zendaya, I mean, what a fucking run she is on right now. The drama, The Odyssey, Spider-Man, Brand New Day. Even with Spider-Man, Brand New Day, I'm not really that interested in the Marvel movie thing anymore, as I think I've made kind of clear, I'm kind of interested in, like, I have a little bit more love for Spider-Man as a character, like, as the idea of Spider-Man, but I don't really like a lot of these Spider-Man movies since the Sam Raimi trilogy came out. Like, I still think that's the best one, but I'm still maybe a little bit more willing to see these newer movies because they are Spider-Man. But fully, the reason that I would be seeing this new one is because it's Zendaya and Tom Holland. Otherwise, I would have no fucking interest in Spider-Man Brand New Day. And I still don't know if I'm even gonna see it, but I'll maybe see it because it's Tom Holland and Zendaya. And apparently Zendaya is also in Shrek 5. Okay. But yeah, people are absolutely going to see these movies because, well, not the Odyssey is like a Christopher Nolan movie, but there's definitely actors at this point that people will go see the films just because they're in it. Robert Pattinson, Tom Holland, Zendaya, Anne Hathaway, Jacob Elordi, as Joshua Girl mentioned, Timothy Chalamet to an extent. Movie stars are back. They very, very much are. And speaking of Zendaya, just so that we can like really bask in her glory for a second, I would like to point out some of her most recent looks. Incredible. So beautiful. Also, here's her at the Odyssey premiere looking literally angelic. So gorgeous. And here's her just face, just closed up. Incredible. Beautiful. No one's ever done it better. And I agree with this person. Somebody make a Zendaya La Roche coffee table book of all her looks and I'll buy. Yeah. I just want to look at her. And then there's also all the interviews too, which I can't even think of the last time that I've like really watched this many interviews from a film release. I definitely watched a lot with The Devil Wears Prada, but that's because, again, that's The Devil Wears Prada. A little different for me. And then there was another movie that I think came out recently where I watched a lot of the interviews that the cast did, but I am watching so many Odyssey interviews. I'm like obsessed. It's like one of my new favorite things to watch. And there's so many still. I feel like I've watched so many and then I'll see a new interview. They are not giving these people a break. It's almost stressful. But they all still seem in good spirits. But they have got these people on the press junket like mad. But they're cute and it adds a little bit of some, again, like just this meta-narrative of the celebrity and of the movie star, where you've got Tom Holland and Zendaya in it, and they are married, and also they've both done like 3 movies each with Robert Pattinson. Like, there is extra stuff just with their personal narratives, similar to the way that meta-narrative is important for like pop stars. It is also important for actors, and we've kind of lost that a little bit. Actors, because they're a little bit more distanced, because their art form does involve them like transforming into these other people, they don't get the same kind of treatment. But it's been kind of fun to watch all these people who have close relations with one another get to interact, and like Tom Holland and Zendaya are just fucking cute together. They're real fucking cute. Here's Tom making a little joke about it during the press junkets.
Did Athena love Odysseus romantically? No, because she's married to me.
Yep, good answer.
Did Athena love Odysseus?
Real cute. But then also I love, because these are, you know, they're celebrities, they have meta-narrative, they have personal lives that people are interested in, but it's also so fun to hear from them because they are such serious actors that care so much about their craft that I feel like I am learning so much about the production of these movies from watching their interviews, because they have so much to say and they will go into such detail about what they had to do to get into the character, what Chris did to kind of create this universe, and it's very interesting. One thing that I thought was funny, and a lot of other people think it's funny, Matt Damon was shocked. He shocked Robert Pattinson on the Odyssey set by screaming and screaming to blow his voice out to sound older. So this is a quote from Robert. Matt was in his was in the trailer next to me and he was making these noises. He is such a nice guy. I thought he was on the phone and I thought he was a complete psycho. He was just screaming and screaming and screaming. I thought he was having a really bad toilet experience. Yeah, I mean, that is what it takes, you know? You gotta fucking scream to make your voice a certain way. And Matt Damon he's a committed guy. And they all have talked so much about just the environment that Chris creates on set. Here they were on, this is Matt, if you can't see, and Anne on Brittany Broski's interview show thing.
Are there any rules everyone abides by?
Thou shalt work hard.
Well,
Thou shalt not wear Uggs.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one. He hates Uggs. I think they just symbolize leisure in a way that he's not comfortable with.
That's not allowed.
Thou shalt not sit down.
Okay.
There are no chairs on set.
Copy that.
Yeah.
Thou wilt be fed. However, lunch shall not linger.
Thou shalt not watch playback, because there shall be none.
Thou shalt feel tremendous gratitude. That's not a commandment, it's just something that happens.
It's a byproduct.
To that thy are there. Thou are there.
I appreciate abiding by the structure of the question. I really do appreciate that.
And then Tom has talked quite a bit about just the difference he's noticed in the filming of the Odyssey versus like these Marvel movies. And as this person says, he always sounds like the kid who comes over for dinner and is super impressed because his mom can't cook.
The thing that really amazed me was he's so prepared when he comes to set that it means that he can shoot at a pace that I have never shot at before. You know, scenes that would take 3 days, we would shoot in one. The sequence that you shot at the end of the movie, you know, one of the biggest and most complicated fight scenes I have ever seen. I think you did it in 2 days. And, you know, on a Marvel set, we could shoot that scene for 2 weeks. So for me, getting accustomed to the speed in which he shot was really fun and very exhilarating. The thing that really...
And then they were under budget by the end of the shoot. And also, they had like 9 days left to film the movie. But Chris is just so fucking efficient, dude.
Someone was telling me that you actually completed it ahead of schedule, as you have with all of your movies, and under budget.
Yes.
Never happens.
It was...
Never happens. I mean, it's just... How?
Well, I mean, the reality is, you know, we went in at 100 days, and by day 91, we couldn't have taken another step. So we finished at the right time.
You were done.
We were done. Everybody was done. I mean, people were just exhausted.
Right.
They've been through it. And so, you know, it took the right time to make the film. We had enough time to make it. We had the resources to make it.
Someone was telling me that you actually...
And as Tom jokes here, this was fun too. They went into like this kind of... It wasn't the little like movie closet people normally go into. This was something else, but it was still cool. They were all in there in like pairs, going through all these movies and talking. It was interesting. But here's Tom and Chris, and Tom makes a joke about Chris not liking CGI.
It's ride through a desert. You know that that's real. And there's a similar, you know, effect in our movie here because you don't like CGI.
I like it for what it's good for. I like it to enhance what you shoot and carry.
It's ride through a desert.
And I'm not against CGI, period. At this point, I'll take it better more than like an AI generated thing. But it is, I think, important, not just because I think visually not relying on CGI so much and not relying on green screens, it's important to make the movie look a little bit more lifelike, just in picture, but also it does help the actors feel more immersed in the story. So Matt Damon says they didn't know that 750 soldiers were waiting for them behind the gates of Troy while filming the Odyssey. He said, I will never forget Benny standing in the middle with what looked like 20 guys because it was very dark, and then this roar and 500 people came out running. Like, can you imagine being on a set and then like you're actually surrounded by the amount of people that you're representing in the film? Like, it would help you just get yourself into that role a little bit more. I think a lot of actors do kind of need that. Some of the performances that you see in these green screen heavy films, they're serviceable, but they're not totally believable because the actor isn't fucking there. And this I thought was crazy. So if you've seen, I don't want to give anything away, but if you've seen the movie, the scene with Cersei is crazy. I've never seen, in any like depiction of the Odyssey, I've never seen that part kind of acted out in that way. It was uncomfortable to watch, honestly, but it was so good. And I still don't understand. Apparently those are all practical effects. It's like, how though? How do you do that practically?
Spoil too much, unless you know the Odyssey. But the scene with Cersei, holy damn.
What Chris is amazing at doing, and his technical team and all the amazing people that he employs to help him with his vision, is that they know about the breadth of technique that can be used that's practical. You know, it's actually, if you really put your mind to it, you don't need to go particularly close to a computer to make things work. There's amazing technicians and artists who will find genius ways to make something appear in front of your eyes that you never thought could appear. But actually, these techniques have been around for years.
Yeah.
And like, you know, when the movie's out, I'm sure they'll elaborate as to exactly how we achieved what we achieved in that sequence. But I saw things happen in front of my eyes that just, it was happening in front of me, and I thought it was happening to me.
Yeah, right.
Wow. It was a very strange
oh my God,
dissonance.
it gives me chills. We want to
Can't
spoil
even
too
imagine.
much.
Like, I want to see that behind the scenes footage. I want to see what that actually fucking looked like if you were on the set. But this is the puppet that they had for the Cyclops, which, oh fuck, is that gone too? God damn it, everyone's deleting tweets. But the puppet for the Cyclops looked so cool. It was like a 60-foot puppet, and you know me, I love a puppet. We gotta get more puppets in more movies, because they're physical things. They're not just like little CGI creatures. They're things that like the characters or the actors can kind of interact with. And then there were some dolphins on the set, so they filmed this by accident, but on the ship itself, they just happened to see some fucking dolphins.
Doing a close-up, Matt is looking over where the ship is sailing to, and a dolphin jumps right through frame. I mean, come on. I'll tell you where that would not happen, on the tank. And luckily we had this great big IMAX camera and we recorded it. We're doing a close.
But yeah, as this person says, one of the many things that AI people have wrong about art and creativity is how much cool stuff happens by accident in the process of making something. Yeah, you would have never gotten those dolphins if they hadn't been filming on an actual fucking, I don't know if that was an ocean, but like on a waterway. They had to actually be there on that ship to get that shot. So now, speaking about the significance, though, of the IMAX cameras, here's Anne articulating things perfectly. Because this is the first movie that's ever been shot fully with IMAX cameras, which is kind of shocking, but there's a very good reason for why.
Can you sort of tell people about this mirror system
Sorry, the volume is so inconsistent.
and what it was like as an actor to work with something so new and radical, but also intimate?
So we shot the whole film on IMAX, and the reason that that's never been done before is related to sound. Now, you could make a silent film on IMAX. However, any film that has dialogue, the IMAX camera, because of the size of the film stock, it's so loud when it goes through the shutter that it obliterates any dialogue, so you'd have to loop the entire thing, which is not the best experience. So what Chris Hoyta, Willie, our sound engineer, and a lot of other geniuses, frankly, worked on was they created a blimp to go around an IMAX camera. That was really huge, and I think everybody had their different relationship with it. I thought of it as like a big friendly giant. But the thing about it is, you know, when you're making movies, you have to be able to get close to the camera for eye lines. And an IMAX blimp is, you know, surrounds the camera by several feet in all directions. So that makes it very difficult. What Chris and Hoyta and all the geniuses that I mentioned did was they rigged a mirror system. If Tom needed to see me, he was standing on one side of the lens, and I was behind it looking into a mirror that reflected into a mirror that Tom could then see that he would act with. And the thing that's amazing about it is it was so beautifully designed that none of us actors felt like we were compromising ourselves to engage with a system that made us feel like our performances were outside of ourselves. All of our memories are, no, I was just acting with you.
Yeah.
And it was just, it was truly ingenious. All the form followed the function. It was genuinely a thrill. And if you're film nerds like us, we couldn't believe we were there.
Now, one thing that I think is really significant about these IMAX cameras, though, because They're actual film. They're not digital cameras. They are film cameras. The way that it goes through the actual, like, film rolls, it goes through it so fast that they could only film in, like, 30-minute increments. So here's Anne talking about that as well.
I was going to say about Avatar was, the second one, Way of Water, it kind of very famous for how the actors had to learn to hold their breath for really, really, really long stretches of time. And so my feeling about like what it was like to work with the IMAX camera and have 3-minute mags, it was kind of like that. You just had to learn a different breathing technique. You had to learn a different way of focusing. And again, this goes into one of the things that's so wonderful about working with Chris. You're not really surprised on the day. You've been given a lot of fair warning. And then you can use the time that you have in prep to prep. So you just sort of get used to it and you just condition yourself. You condition your mind, you condition your body, and you get there and you just pray that you have the kind of crew that'll hold you. I was going to say about Avatar.
I can't even imagine filming for 3 minutes at a time. Just seems like such an imposition, but they all dealt with it pretty well. But then the big thing that's like really kind of a conversation with these IMAX cameras and with the IMAX filming in general is the different aspect ratios that this like, there's an argument to be made that we didn't have to do all these different aspect ratios, but this is what it is. So you can't really see it on this screen because, oh, here it goes. This is the website. You can use this handy little tool if you want to see what the film looks like in these different formats. So this is kind of like the regular film format. This is what a lot of people are going to see, or it's something like maybe that. I don't know exactly where the Dolby Vision thing is, but like that, or the 35mm. But then there's 70mm that's not IMAX, and then there's IMAX. I saw it in IMAX, just the regular IMAX. And then there's IMAX 70mm, which is like the most kind of optimal version of the film, where you see a lot more like vertically versus having this kind of like widescreen horizontal things that were horizontal aspect ratio that we're used to with modern films. But like, so this is what it would look like kind of in like a normal movie theater. This is what it looks like in the IMAX 70mm. There is a significant difference in the picture. There is definitely a lot that gets cut off. And, there's like a conversation to be had about the accessibility of these theaters, because there are only 25 theaters in the US that can play the 70mm and only like 40 or 41 in the world. And so it definitely is extremely hard to get tickets to see 70mm. I've even tried, because the closest one to me is Grand Rapids, which is like a 3-hour drive. Don't really want to make that. And even then, I looked at the show times, because me and my friends were talking about seeing it again next week. And to see it in the 70mm, even if we went next week, we were thinking about seeing it on Tuesday, I looked at the Tuesday show times. In order to not see the movie in the first 2 rows of the theater, to be like so close up that you're like looking at it like this, in order to get tickets for the 70mm and not be in the first 2 rows on Tuesday of next week, not tomorrow, but next week, we would have to see the film at 7:45 in the morning. I don't want to do that. I don't want to drive 3 hours to Grand Rapids to see a film at 7:45 in the morning. Maybe we'll revisit that idea when the hype dies down a little bit and the tickets aren't so hard to get, but it is incredibly hard to see this movie in 70mm. And you know what? Oh well. Honestly. There's a lot of people talking about like the difference between these aspect ratios. Like, this is what the 70mm looks like versus the not 70mm. So it definitely looks different, and as this person says, The Odyssey is a movie where poor people literally see less. Yeah, kind of. I mean, yeah, ultimately, yes. But a lot of the conversation is like, why can't they just broadcast this in a different aspect ratio? Which I think is kind of a fair thing to ask. Like, you could just have like the letterbox things like on the sides, We don't need it to fill up the entire screen. And this person, a lot of people defending this, I mean, I think there is a defense for it, but like, as this person says, again, this is somebody spreading misinformation about how IMAX actually works. You are not missing information. IMAX is an immersive format, and the additional image area is there to extend into your peripheral vision and create that immersion. Treating every difference in framing as though essential visual information has been removed completely misunderstands the purpose of IMAX and how human vision works. It's not simply about seeing more picture, it is about how the image occupies your field of view. I mean, you are seeing less information. There are things getting cut off, for sure. Now, is it vital? Is it something you need? Is it information you need to follow the story? No. But you are definitely getting things cut off. However, I do think there's an argument to be made that, like, because the IMAX is supposed to be immersive, perhaps you could say that you wouldn't get the same effect if you just cropped it differently in the standard releases. And ultimately, I mean, they clearly do just want you to see it in IMAX, and they want you to see it in 70mm. Like, it is sort of just a way for IMAX to make more money. But something I will say, as someone who saw it, and I did see it, I guess, in the more optimal way of seeing it in IMAX, regular IMAX versus the, like, standard version, but something that I can say about at least the IMAX version versus the 70mm, yeah, I saw less than I would have seen if I had seen the 70mm, but I didn't notice. You know, when you put these images like right next to one another, it feels more significant, like the loss feels more significant, but if you're actually watching the movie and you don't have any sort of point of comparison, it still looks like a good movie. It's not something that you would noticeably be like, oh my god, I can tell that so much was cut out of this shot. It would just feel like a shot in a normal fucking film. Like, you wouldn't realize you were missing all of that. You would just be lost in the actual story that's in front of you. So I don't think it's really that big of a deal. But it is still a little frustrating because of, like, the fact that there's only 25 theaters that have the, like, full version. It's just so hard to, like, be able to see the most optimal version of this film. But it's still, it's a good movie regardless. Like, it doesn't look bad in the like, regular version. So moving on to just kind of my overall review of the film. Yeah, it's not like the Buffy remaster. Exactly. It is completely viewable. It is completely fine. You will not miss anything that's, like, super important. And again, like, it's the most important thing to keep in mind is, like, you're not going to notice a difference while you're watching it. You're only going to notice a difference when you're going onto Twitter and you're seeing the two versions put side by side next to each other. But so the movie, it's the Odyssey. It's what you think the Odyssey is. It's what you remember the Odyssey being. Now, I haven't read the Odyssey since I was, like, in high school or middle school or wherever it is, whenever it is that we all kind of collectively learned the story, but it's still, the Odyssey's been told so many different times that there's not a whole lot to spoil in terms of, like, twists. There are no real twists in the movie. But for sure there is, like, a focus that the movie has, and there's, like, a thematic resonance throughout the film that is unique to itself. I think it is its own thing. It is something that is not like any other Odyssey adaptation that's come before, but it doesn't really change the plot at all. If you were thinking that there was going to be some, like, new twist where I guess there is a twist in a way, but it's not a twist in the actual story. It's more of just, like, a twist in how the story focuses on something. But it's not changing the narrative much. It's maybe just changing the way that, like, a character talks about that thing. So, story, fine. It is what it is. It's the Odyssey. Like, it is just as strong as any other sort of Odyssey adaptation. Now, the performances, Variety earlier today released a ranking of the performances, which I guess this is something that does kind of come with the meta narrative of movie stars and the celebrification of movie stars. If movie stars are becoming like a big part of the film industry again, I think we're probably gonna have to deal with stuff like this more, the same way that we deal with like pop stars constantly being in competition with one another. But I do think it's crazy to rank performances in a film as if they're competing against one another, when the fact is, like, every performance in the movie is good. Every performance does what it needs to do for that character. Every performance is tailored to the character that they are playing. So, ridiculous to rank them. However, a lot of people are kind of in agreement, or there's a popular sentiment at least, that the Odyssey is almost everyone in the Odyssey is giving a great performance, but, and the but is Tom Holland. Now, I don't think that Tom Holland's performance is bad. I don't think anyone's performance in the movie is bad, but I do think his is maybe the weakest, and I kind of agree with what this person says, is Tom Holland got hit with the Aaron Taylor Johnson 28 years later curse, where he gives his best performance in the Odyssey only to be completely overshadowed by every single major actor/actress in the film. That's the problem, is like everyone in the movie is so good, and Tom doesn't completely, he doesn't quite reach those heights. And I think I can't even really say if it's Tom's performance necessarily, or if it's just the character, because I think the character is maybe, his character is one of the least interesting of the entire cast. I think he had a little bit less, I guess there is some complexity to his character, but I don't know. I think that it was just sort of the most bland role to begin with. And I think what really doesn't help is that on the press junket, Tom Holland seemed to realize that his character is actually not 16 as he was playing it.
How old is Telemachus in the Odyssey?
16? I think
he might be 18. Because if I'm away 20 years...
Damn it, I played it like 16.
But if I left when you were 2 and I come back 20 years later, are you 22?
That would be correct.
Yeah. It's very easy to figure this out.
Yeah.
How can he be 60? He's gone for 20 years.
Yeah, I don't know where I got
I
that
think
from.
I think you play him young, and you kind of age in the movie. So.
I have started sweating because I think I realised a major flaw in my performance.
How old is Telemachus in the Odyssey?
Maybe a little bit. I do think that's probably a little bit of the problem with Telemachus, is that he just seems a little bit less, you feel the lack of experience of the character, which I guess kind of makes sense for the character's role. I mean, the entire debate around whether or not he's ready to be king in Odysseus's absence. You're supposed to kind of think of him as someone who's like not mature enough for that position, but then at the same time I'm like, as Matt says, like he matures throughout the film, I'm like, does he really though? I don't know that he does. I don't know that he does enough to make up for the youthfulness that kind of permeates the character in general. So yeah, Tom might have made a little bit of a miscalculation with how he played the character, but I don't think he's bad. I don't think he's bad at all. I don't think anyone in the movie is bad. So the fact that if Tom Holland is the worst actor in the Odyssey, he's still a great actor, you know? Nothing against the guy. But then Anne Hathaway also, she does incredibly. So there's some Oscar buzz for her portrayal of Penelope. And I would just like to defend her for a minute for something that happened over a month ago when one of the trailers came out. People were accusing her of having like Botox face and not being able to move her face enough because of this shot, which I already think like she's moving her face plenty. But this person says having Botox is like a disability for actors. I hope these people feel silly now, because she does not have Botox face. She actually has a very normal face for her age. She just aged very well. Because she is rich. She's got a good skincare routine. But her face fucking moves. It moves very easily. And she has got great control of it. And I think that everyone owes her an apology. So she was incredible. And then as this person says, there's a couple of scenes in the Odyssey where the sound design is so blistering and intricate, I thought I was going to die. Yeah, the sound design is really good. I have heard some people complain that it gets too loud at certain moments, and it gets fucking loud at certain moments. But people were saying they couldn't hear the dialogue. I didn't have that issue at all. I think if you're, and again, I did watch it in IMAX, so like IMAX, in addition to having the better screens, they have a really great sound system. So maybe that helped. Maybe if you saw it in like a less good theater with like less good speakers, maybe it would be harder to hear all the different things that are happening on screen. But I didn't have any issue hearing dialogue. I didn't have any issue hearing characters. There were moments where it was like so loud that I was like, oh my God. But it was like, that was on purpose. It was supposed to be that loud. It was supposed to be kind of like jarring. And it worked. It worked really well. Now the cinematography in the film, a lot of people prior, when they just saw the trailers, they thought that the movie was too dark, and a lot of movies are way too fucking dark now. I think watching it in a theater, I felt the opposite. There were a few moments where I'm like, oh, it actually is not dark enough. It's actually way too light. The blacks were a little bit too gray for me. I would have loved a little bit more contrast, but overall I thought it was beautiful. It was visually stunning. I think that if you're watching it at home, which a lot of people were watching the trailer at home, I think that's where you could get into some issues because different TVs, different screens have their like pictures set to different settings, and that's something that does suck about like the modern era of like streaming, where people are often watching movies in a way that was not really intended by the director, because the director cannot control for what settings you put your TV on or what settings your TV comes with in the first place. When you're projecting into a theater, especially like IMAX, where there's a very controlled environment, you can control what people are seeing in the exact way that your film is shown, and you just lose a lot of that when it comes to a home release. But seeing it in the theater, I never thought that it was too dark to see anything. At least not like in moments where it wasn't on purpose. There also, so Chris said that the Odyssey made him more interested in making a horror film, but he still needs to find a really effective idea. He said, when you go to see a film like Obsession, that's an amazing idea. That movie works like a motherfucker. He is correct. But I have to say, watching this movie, I never thought of Chris Nolan as like a potential horror director, but this is the most like horror he's ever done in a film. Like there were moments that I was like, oh, this actually is like horror adjacent at the very least. There were parts where I fucking jumped. There were jump scares in the movie that I wasn't expecting. So if you're a horror girly, you will get more out of this film than you maybe would expect. It is actually kind of scary in moments. Now, moving on to just the general structure of everything. So, all the discussion about all these different actors and how much they're actually in the film. Matt Damon is in, this is a screen time percentage for everyone. I don't know exactly how accurate it is, but it feels kind of accurate. Matt Damon is in 95% of the film. Tom Holland is in 50%. I also think that's another problem with the Tom Holland performance. These other actors like Elliot Page and Lupita, like they come in and they do their thing, they do their little bits for like a few minutes and they nail those few minutes, whereas like Tom Holland has to carry so much more. He's in 50% of the film. So even though his character is a little bit more bland and not quite as interesting as a lot of the other characters, he's still just there so much. So it maybe just feels a little bit more overwhelming, like how bland his character is compared to the other characters. It's almost like an Orange is the New Black problem. You know how in Orange is the New Black, Piper is the main character, but she's the least interesting, but you have to spend so much fucking time with her, and you're like, oh, I actually wish that we were spending way more time with these other characters. That's the problem. His character is just in way too much of the movie. But it also works, and this is what I'll say too. Because you can look at these percentages and be like, oh my god, Elliot Page is only in 8%, Zendaya is only in 5%, I mean, some of these other ones are in a more significant duration of the film. However, I think the movie is incredibly economical in how it uses these performances. Because, yeah, sure, Lupita maybe is only in 3% of the film, but the 3% that she's in is very impactful. It doesn't feel like these actors were wasted at all. It feels like they were in just enough to like maximize their impact. And the whole story, and I think maybe this is part of the outcome, and I'm sure that Chris planned for this. I'm sure that like he went in having this idea of like, I want the movie to move at like this particular pace, but I think having a camera that can literally only film 3 minutes at a time at most, it makes all the scenes go by really quickly because they are like switching shots fairly often and switching scenes fairly often. And it is a Christopher Nolan film. So in a lot of his movies, he doesn't do linear storytelling. He goes like, and I don't remember even the exact order of everything, but it made sense. Like, you could follow along with the storytelling. I know, why do they keep using that screenshot of Lupita? I don't know. But it goes with the storytelling, and it just keeps like a very, very even and very fast pace, where it is a 2 hour and 48 minute film. It's almost 3 hours long. It doesn't feel like that at all because you move through it so quickly and there's so much to cover. So very good use of time. As this tweet says, everything is important. Like, it really boils a lot of stuff down to just the shit that you need to fucking know. So you just have to keep paying attention throughout the entire thing. And then the final payoff is really good. Like, the third act of the Odyssey is like snorting 30 lines of narrative payoff cocaine. Yeah, like it all just kind of comes back together in a way that is very, very satisfying. And something that is just cool about it too is that because you spend such little time with specific characters and specific narratives, there's like a want that a lot of people have now to dive back into like the original source material. So as this person says, is it just me or should Agamemnon have had a bigger role? And then another person said, boy, do I have a book for you. If you feel dissatisfied with the amount of time that you spend with any individual character, there are so many books that you can read. There are so many other adaptations that have focused more on specific characters, focused more on specific aspects of the story. I do think that this movie is just kind of exciting for how it's sort of revitalized an interest in the Odyssey in general and Greek mythology in general, and hopefully like a more kind of a more inclusive interest as well, because I do think that we have been really dominated by this idea that Greek mythology is like just a thing that's related to like the history of white people, and it's really not. And even the focus we have on Greek mythology in that way is a little bit, I wouldn't say prejudicial, but it's definitely built in kind of like an ethnocentrism, like the fact that when I was a philosophy minor in college, what was the origin point of philosophy in a lot of classes? It was like ancient Greek and ancient Rome stuff. And is that really the origins of philosophy? No, it's not. But they're definitely, even within that, even within like Greek and Roman like ancient studies, there's way more racial and ethnic diversity than a lot of people ever think of. Now, the overall themes of the story, it kind of hits you over the head with a few points, but it also leaves things up to interpretation enough that you can read multiple things into the story. As this person says, the Odyssey is a movie about generational trauma and a critique of the American dream, but above all else, it is a love letter to New York City. That's interesting. It's hard to tell if that person is even serious or not, but they might be. But, you know, you can read different things into it. But I for sure think that overall, it very much feels like a continuation of Oppenheimer. In, like, thematically, like, I feel like I have a better sense now of, like, where Christopher Nolan's head is at and what he is feeling. So this person says, the Odyssey is, among other things, an expression of liberal anxieties that breaking the laws of war, the customs of reciprocity, and the coherence of our moral principles will bring an end to the relative peace and prosperity the developed world has enjoyed. And then another person says, watching the Odyssey, especially in the wake of Oppenheimer, it's clear Nolan fears that civilization is collapsing, that our hubris is inviting a new dark age, that the world we're passing on to our children will be bleaker and more brutal than the world into which we were born. Yeah, that is really what it feels. And this is something too where if we want to compare it to like Marvel movies, the Avengers be like, we did it, we saved the city, and this is what the Marvel superheroes do when they're saving the city. They just create so much damage and never really address it. And so it always, to me, feels like the Marvel universe is not set in any real period because there's very little consequence for how there actually was kind of in Civil War, I did appreciate that about Civil War back when I was still watching Marvel movies. But it doesn't feel like there is a consequence to anything characters do in the name of their own heroics. Whereas this movie, it is sort of just all about the consequences. It is all about the ramifications of like, when you go and do something that you maybe even think is good or that you were convinced was for a good cause, you're maybe gonna do shit that is a little morally questionable or stuff that like fully fucking sits on your conscience forever. And this is something I've seen a few people mention it in the, or I don't know how many people have mentioned it, but I saw a few comments about it in the chat. But this is something that does kind of complicate the film. The fact that Christopher Nolan did film on occupied land for parts of this movie, and as this Guardian article says, it does feel like a betrayal. It feels like a betrayal of the themes of the movie a little bit. I don't know exactly like all of the history, like why this was chosen for the filming location, but the simple act of holding a camera in my homeland of Western Sahara can be a crime. When I don't know how to say it, but Sahrawi filmmakers and journalists attempt to document everyday life under Moroccan occupation, they can often end up in prison cells. For the Moroccan regime, a camera in the hands of a Sahrawi threatens its official narrative that Western Sahara is part of Morocco. In contrast, when celebrated international names in the film industry wish to capture an ideal picture for an epic journey and decide that our land is exotic enough to shoot the desired scenes, they are welcomed, escorted, and granted access by the same authorities that usually deny us that right. This is the bitter and paradoxical reality in Western Sahara, an occupied territory with many material and immaterial riches. While foreign extractors of all kinds freely plunder Western Saharas, phosphate minerals, sand, fish, and tomatoes, and commodify our winds, sunlight, and picturesque desert landscapes, we, the indigenous Sahrawis, are becoming a minority in our own homeland, systemically marginalized, silenced, and denied access to the land we roamed as nomads for centuries. The latest episode of this colonial drama stars the Christopher Nolan blockbuster using parts of our occupied territory as a film set. That decision, not good. It's the kind of the most disappointing thing about this film and its production. But I guess, I don't know, it's like, well, no, it's bad. I know that part's bad. But does it invalidate everything that the film is saying? I don't know, because ultimately the film is sort of about these, like, morally complicated questions and the origins of, like, our selfishness and our tribalism and our abilities to fuck one another over in the name of something good, something we think is good. As this tweet really puts it, the Odyssey really said, "You think the Trojan War was the birth of Western civilization? Fine, yeah, it was, but that means the birth of Western civilization was built on deceit, the genocidal sackings of a city, the desecration of the gods, and the end of common hospitality." And I think that even, like, to put it as, like, the origins of, not even necessarily Western civilization, but just the origins of, like, human civilizations, period, and the different factions that civilization makes up at this point. I think it is somewhat relevant to another thing in the film, and that is the importance of dogs. And I don't want to go like too hard into a rant about this, but a big part of the film, and not a big part, it's a relatively small part in terms of like the screen time, but one of the things that I was the most interested in, even just going into it, is I knew that Chris made the film in part because of his dog. He got a dog, and that did, he says, inspire the film in a way that I think is kind of interesting, and I'd love to hear him talk more about it.
Coming to the Odyssey, I spent a lot of time before I would write, just familiarizing myself with the, even just trying to remind myself of what I remembered the Odyssey to be. What were the things that I would want to see, you know, in a film. And then when I came to the text, you know, you get to the bit with Argus that you're referring to, the bit with his loyal hunting dog, and it, as a new dog owner, I did not grow up with dogs. And when my kids were little, despite all their heartfelt pleas, we never got a dog till they all left for college, which they're a bit angry about. Finally got a dog, and yeah, it changes your life. And I got to the bit with August, and it just killed me. And I think it was honestly a major reason that I knew I had to make the film. And coming to
And so I have a lot of big feelings about dogs that sometimes come out in these streams. I obviously, you've probably noticed, I love dogs a lot. I like them as like creatures, as like, it's like creatures in front of me. I get very excited when I see a dog, but I'm also like, I'm very, very interested in the history of dogs. I like read a lot of stuff about the history of dogs. I watch a lot of videos and stuff about it. I keep up with like new things that are being found out, because there's a lot of stuff that we're kind of discovering about like the origins of dogs, especially like 15 or so years ago. I don't really understand it because I don't know enough. I'm not like smart enough, but I know that like 15 or so years ago there was some sort of breakthrough in like DNA technology, like using DNA to do ancient archaeology and stuff, and that has really changed the ways that we've looked at a lot of different things in like our ancient world. And especially, I mean, not especially, but like the thing that I follow, the thing that I am interested in is like ancient dogs and how dogs have like evolved with us. And so because of that, like we've learned so much in these last like 15 years about how old dogs are and how long we've spent with them. And I don't know if Chris literally was just talking in a more kind of personal way of like he was inspired to make this movie just because there was a dog in it and he now loves dogs, or if there was even like a bigger sort of thing that he was interested in. Because I do think that like the history of dogs, it does kind of like parallel a lot of the themes that are in this film. Because if you're making a movie about like the hubris of humanity, it's like, well, there's just so much to explore there in our history with dogs, and how the things that we've done with dogs, the things that we've done to dogs, the fact that dogs sort of are maybe responsible for the agricultural revolution, which means that they maybe are responsible for all of human civilization, which means that they are maybe responsible for global warming. You could make the argument. You know, there's just a lot that could be said about what dogs mean to our species. And something that I was a little confused by, so I've seen a few people also mention this in the chat. There was this translation of the Odyssey that came out, I want to say at maybe the end of the 2010s. It wasn't that long ago, but it was semi-recent. And it was by this translator, Emily Wilson, who was the first woman to ever do a full translation of the Odyssey. And it was kind of controversial at the time because she used like modern vernacular and stuff. And it does seem from some of the interviews Chris has done, and also just from the movie itself, it seems like Chris was really inspired by that. And so one thing though, I found this interview that Emily did talking about the movie, and some other like Greek historian or whatever talking about the movie and like kind of issues that they had with it and its lack of historical accuracy. And something that Emily Wilson said She says a professor of classical studies at the University of Pennsylvania said she didn't want to come across as a snobby, nitpicking expert at odds with any deviation from the original text, but she questioned a range of omissions and other choices, from the absence on screen of the gods Zeus and Poseidon, Athena is played by Zendaya, to the incoherent messaging that condemns both war and physical cowardice. She found Penelope's role so thinned out that it endangered any possibility of believing in this marriage. I don't necessarily agree with that, but Wilson also thought parts of the movie, notably the scenes with Odysseus's dog Argos, catered towards modern sentimentality. Everybody's a sucker for a dog, she said. And this is where I'm like, okay, you can really see how, like, you can be an expert in one thing. Like, she's an expert in ancient Greece, she's an expert in the Odyssey and these, like, translations of ancient Greek. But that doesn't mean that you know everything, because just the idea to me, and I'm not an expert in dogs, I'm not, but I've read enough stuff from people who, like, are experts, and I keep up with that shit enough to know fully, 100%, I am saying this with the utmost certainty, the sentimentality around dogs is not specifically modern. It's actually, like, more ancient than the Odyssey, period. So, I don't know. I thought that was a very surprising thing for her to say, that, like, because the movie is, like, somewhat sentimental with this dog, and it's also not sentimental either. I mean, spoiler. This is the one spoiler I'll give you. Multiple fucking dogs die in this movie. A lot. And, like, the Argos's siblings, the other puppies in the litter, literally get, like, thrown off a cliff. So, I don't think it's that sentimental. But okay, yeah, I guess Odysseus's relationship with Argos is more sentimental, but that is so, you can find so many examples of that go back thousands of years earlier than the Odyssey. So just this idea that this is like a new thing, that we just now love dogs. No, we didn't. And in fact, you know, Emily Wilson, she is considered to be important to, like, the feminist reading of the Odyssey. And something I will say that, like, if you're interested in, like, women's place in society and women's place historically and the impact they've had on all of civilization, women had a huge part in the sentimentality that we have toward dogs. Like, there's quite a lot of evidence that men were using dogs as tools for labor. They were using them as, like, hunting dogs. They were using them as, like, guard dogs. Women were the people that brought dogs into the home and gave dogs a sort of, like, personhood. So, low-key, like, the fact that we care about dogs so much is kind of a lady thing, kind of something that women did. So, just something that's, you know, worth pointing out. But I was very interested in that. I was interested in the ways that Chris was kind of interested in the relationship with dogs. Because I do think that beyond it just being sentimental, it does say a lot about how dogs fit into our history. And I love them. I want one. I want one so fucking bad. But the movie is doing incredibly well. So this idea, the, like, woke, go broke that people were pushing, that, like, Elon Musk was pushing about this film, very much no. And this is the thing too, is that I can say that The Dark Knight, I think, is a kind of Republican coded movie. But it's still a good movie, you know? I would never, if I wanted to, like, start a culture war and, like, really come after a movie that I felt opposed to philosophically, I just really wouldn't do it with a Christopher Nolan film. Because no matter what the politics of the movie is, it's still going to be a good movie that people are interested in seeing, period. It has very little to do with people's political or philosophical orientations. He's just good at making movies. And he's so good at making movies that even Ben Shapiro is calling this movie a fucking masterpiece.
Alrighty, folks, the time has come. We are going to review The Odyssey. I saw it in IMAX, and I have many, many thoughts. This video is sponsored by our friends over at PDS Deck.
Ew, look at that nasty AI intro he's got. It just looks stupid.
Alrighty, so I want to begin with the overall. On a scale 1 to 10, where does this movie lie? Somewhere for me between an 8.5 and a 9. It's really, really, really good. It's a terrific movie. And believe you me, I'm going to get into all of the politics specifically regarding the casting and some of the sort of stones in the shoe when it comes to this movie. There are certain flaws in the movie that feel enormous, truly, to the viewer. They feel big. It feels like a sort of chip in your tooth where everybody else looks at your tooth and they're like, there's nothing wrong with your tooth. And then you feel it with your tongue, you're like, oh my gosh, there's like a canyon in my tooth. Well, there's some of those things in the film, and I'll get to those things. Some of them are things that you've probably been thinking about, some of them not as much. But overall, the movie is, Nolan's great at what he does. I mean, the movie is a masterpiece, it is. Now, it doesn't hew entirely to sort of the characterization of Odysseus in the Odyssey, if you're reading the Robert Fagles version, for example. It takes liberties with some of the characterization. You would figure it would have to. When you're talking about ancient literature, most of the characters in ancient literature are not particularly well characterized.
Whatever, dweeb, nerd. But even he has to be like, yeah, it's a fucking masterpiece. If I don't like that black people are in it. I mean, I can't imagine trying to fit a Christopher Nolan film into a go woke, go broke narrative as if there was ever a possibility of this film not doing well. I can't wrap my head around it. They're living in another reality. They think that different things are happening than are actually happening. It's the same shit though with like the Super Bowl where they were doing the Turning Point USA Super Bowl halftime show. It's like, you really think even the most racist motherfucker doesn't want to watch your Turning Point USA halftime show. They want to watch the actual halftime show. They want to watch Bad Bunny. And maybe they'll be a little racist while they watch it. But at the end of the day, a good performer is a good performer. It's really hard for a lot of people to deny it. And that is some solace we can maybe take in all of this. That ultimately they probably are going to lose the culture wars because they're not good at making art. Republicans, conservatives, they're not good at it. And everyone likes a good woke film from time to time. Even though I wouldn't even say The Odyssey is that fucking woke. But it's like, okay, yeah. It had people of color in it. That's what people are upset. It had a trans person and some black people. But are they good at their jobs? Yeah, they are. But this ended up being the biggest worldwide debut of Christopher Nolan's career, coming ahead of The Dark Knight Rises with $264.1 million. It is also the fastest to join the 1 million watched club on Letterboxd. And I think that's the real marker there. Because Letterboxd is where the people who are passionate about films go to talk about films. And like, people who are passionate about films fucking liked this movie. Or they at least were interested in it enough to go see it. Even if they didn't love it. It is something that is bringing a lot of people together. It is the kind of big movie that we haven't had in a minute. I guess since the last Christopher Nolan movie. I guess since Barbenheimer. Is that corrected for inflation? I don't know. Probably not. But like the Dark Knight, I feel like it wouldn't, I guess it would maybe make a fair amount of impact, but it's still, all of his movies take place this century, so I'm not super worried about calculating the inflation. Because it's ultimately, it's not like Gone with the Wind, where that would have as huge of an impact. So, speaking of a Letterboxd, I do need to put my review in. I haven't done it yet. Oh, fuck. Why does it always sign me out? Let me turn that off for a second. Put on some music while I log back in. am I gonna give it? I think I gotta give it a 5. Maybe I'll change my mind the more times I see it. But even like the small issues that I have with the movie, I still found it very exciting. So yeah, I think I'm giving it a 5. What should I write? I haven't thought about what my actual review is. I'm just gonna write, it was good. I don't care. That's all I have to say. It was good. There it is. All right, moving on. Let's just go to our honorary pop girlies. We got a few this week. Some that I think probably will not surprise people. Oh shit, sorry. Wrong drum. Oh, sorry, that was loud. Obviously, it's Jimothy. Jimothy the raccoon. So, if you don't know, Jimothy is a raccoon who is... He's been found in Seattle. He's from Seattle. And he has short spine syndrome. As this person says, I love that every headline about him says his name is Jimothy. Like, that's his government name and not just some nickname the internet has given him. I mean, isn't that what a name is? Just a thing that people call you? Jimothy? But there's a lot of different videos of him. He's been around Seattle, and people have, like, a lot of videos. I guess the locals in the area have been keeping an eye on him for a minute. But there he is, walking around. Here's another one. Here's him with his family. There he is. Oh. There he is in a sunset stroll. And here he is in someone's backyard. Oh, he's so cute. There he's walking. He holds his balance really well. But I guess it's like, yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything about his stature that would make that part more difficult. But he moves with a sort of otherworldliness and ethereal aura. Someone drew him with jeans on. They said this is how Jimothy would wear jeans. And here's him as a baby. Little baby. Oh, oh, I love him so much. Oh. This is him as a baby with his family. They don't treat him no different. Here's him with his mama. Oh. And I agree with what this person says. I think a reason we find the Jimothy story so moving is that it goes against our sense of nature always being harsh and ruthless. In reality, even in the animal kingdom, sometimes the deformed and disabled still find their way around. still find their way in the world, often with the help of family. Yeah, it's the thing is that Timothy has family and he has friends. And they support him and they love him just the way that he is. And we are all capable of living like that. We are all capable of loving and being loved, even when we are a little different. Having a Jimothy summer, body positive, snacking nonstop, and lurking. Yeah. But then there's been some other Jimothy type creatures that have now received some attention. So this is a Mexican dog version of Jimothy. Other animals with this short stature syndrome. And then here's Tilly, the friendly loaf. Here's their Instagram. Oh, little baby Tilly. So cute. And then there's also another dog called Quasimodo, who's a German Shepherd, I think. Just beautiful. Just beautiful. Everything reminds me of him. Kinda. But of course, people are already making this a whole fucking thing with Mudang. Just the same thing with Punch, where we gotta shit on Mudang now because she grew up too privileged. Mudang was obviously an industry plant, while Jimothy is a real salt of the earth kind of critter. That's what the people need. Listen, okay, did Mudang grow up with some more privileges than Jimothy and also than Punch the monkey? Yeah, I suppose so, but I don't think that that's Mudang's fault. She didn't do anything wrong. But I think it maybe does say something about where we're at currently, where we have the holy trinity of Mudang and Punch the monkey and Jimothy. I think that we do have a desire at the moment, especially when humanity sucks so fucking much. We have a desire to just relate to these cute little creatures, because Mudang, she's just fucking cute. Let's be honest, she's just adorable. But then Punch, I think a lot of people related to Punch because he was bullied. You know, normal monkey bullying, not anything out of the norm, but something people relate to. And then Jimothy, he's a little different, but he's got something to him. He's still got a life that's worth living. Yeah, AI could never. Exactly. Like, we're so divorced from the real world. But Jimothy is an example of what the real world brings. And what the real world brings can sometimes be acceptance. It doesn't always have to be exclusionary. Jimothy is loved by people and other raccoons alike. By humans and other raccoons. I don't want to de-personify the raccoons just because they are raccoons. But then our other main honorary pop girlies, we have... Oh shit, I didn't even do the fucking... Pretend I did the drum roll for that one. We have Miss Brenda Fricker, who did die recently. I don't know a whole lot about her. I know that she was an Irish actress. I know that she was the first Irish actress to win an Oscar, but I really just know her as the Pigeon Lady in Home Alone 2. And you know what? That's enough. That Pigeon Lady was iconic to me as a child. I don't remember anything that happens in Home Alone 2 except for her. I don't remember any part of that film, but I remember the Pigeon Lady because she just really made an impact. And so rest in peace to her. She was 81. She is a diva. She is an icon, and she will live on as many things. Apparently a very accomplished actress, but to me, the Pigeon Lady is meaningful enough. And then our final two. Christopher Nolan, obviously. He's slaying. He made a movie that's very successful. He shouldn't have done it in the area that he did do it in. But you can't deny the guy's talent. And, you know, and he's pissing right-wingers off, bizarrely, in a weird way. In a way that, like, no one should ever, like, it's an absurd conversation to have in the first place. But thank you for making Elon Musk upset for months, it seems. And then our final Matt Damon. He really held the movie down. He was in 95% of it. He did a fantastic job. And I think he's an actor who, because he is so good looking and because he is so, he's, you know, he's an A-list actor. People think of him as more of a celebrity. I think people do downplay his talent as an actor. He's always been incredibly talented. But this movie really, really brought it out. I wouldn't be surprised if he maybe got some award nominations from this. He does a fantastic job. And I was happy for him to be the lead. I also do just kind of like Matt Damon as a person, like a little bit. I don't know that much about him, but what I have seen from him as like a human being, he's okay in my book. I love this video so fucking much. I've tried to look up the context for it before, and there's not a whole lot of context other than he went to like some drag show or something, and then someone at the show took this video of him at like the after party, and I'm gonna play it even though I'm probably gonna get claimed because Britney Spears' Toxic is playing in the background, but he is just so charming in this video. It's almost a pointless video. There's nothing really that happens, but he just seems like so genuine and so heartfelt in his just little like almost cameo style clip that someone is recording for someone named Anastasia, who's not there apparently.
Anastasia, why are you not here? Why are you not here? I love you so much, and I'm so proud of the show that I just saw. I need you to be here next time. Thank you.
Like, he just seems like such a good time. And especially watching all these interviews, I've just found him so likable. He is. He's a very likable dude. And I've always loved this clip. Him and I share something in common. We both have mothers who are teachers, so we both feel fairly passionate about things related to education and the honoring of teachers. But here's him talking about teachers in this ridiculous clip where he is just fucking serving.
In acting, there isn't job security, right? There's an incentive to work hard and be a better actor because you want to have a job. So why isn't it like that for teachers?
You think job insecurity is what makes me work hard?
Well, you have an incentive to work harder, but if there's
I
job
wanna
security...
be an actor. It's not an incentive. That's the thing. So you take this MBA-style thinking, right? It's the problem with ed policy right now. There's this intrinsically paternalistic view of problems that are much more complex than that.
And he's so right. There is an intrinsically paternalistic view. He's so smart.
It's like saying a teacher is going to get lazy when they have tenure. A teacher wants to teach. I mean, why else would you take a shitty salary and really long hours and do that job unless you really love to do it?
10% that are bad, though? 10% of teachers are bad.
Where'd you get that number?
I don't know. 10% of people in any profession maybe should think of something else. Right?
Well, okay, but I mean, maybe you're a shitty cameraman. I don't know.
In act...
We do love you, Matt Damon. You are an honorary pop girly. And that's it. That's all I have for this week. Pretty light week. Definitely. I went into this thinking, I didn't make the thumbnail or anything until like earlier today because I was like, I guess the Odyssey will be our main topic because there's not a whole lot to talk about in the pop world. But hopefully next week things pick up for the girlies a little bit more. We do have Tyla and Charlie, right? Wait, who was coming out who was next week and who was the week after that? Yeah, okay, so Tyla and Charlie next week. Almost certainly we'll have a lot to say about Charlie's album. And then after that, Arca and Petal, which Petal we won't even be able to talk about because I'll do the member stream after that, so we won't talk about Petal until the week later. But you know, a lot of big things happening in pop coming up. So excited for that. I will see you guys next week where we will talk about the Charlie XCX album. So exciting. And yeah. All right. Goodbye, everybody.